welcome to another installment of this Saturday evening live stream, guys. We have Idaho Garden Girl, good to see you, and we have also Michi Manalo, and McBean, and Huga, and the grumpy old guy, Lisa Jepson, and Bob, and CR. Good to see you guys. How has your week been? I hope your week has been great. Mine has been pretty hectic as usual at work, but it is as it is. And the StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat as usual. So if anybody are up for it, just click the link and join me up here. It's always a pleasure. Hey, PLE, good to see you. How are you doing? I hope you had a great week, and it's good to see you. So, we have a great topic for today's stream, preparing emotionally for disasters and emergencies. But we wait a couple of more minutes and let people join the stream so we can get into the topic. This is just coffee, just simple coffee. Hey, PV, good to see you, brother. And I know you are up for this, PV, so... And the StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat as usual, so you can just join me when you are up for it. How are you doing, PV? How has your week been? Thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate that. And don't forget to hit the thumbs up and share this stream out. That would be an awesome help for the channel. That's awesome to hear, PV. Yeah, I give you a sec. No problem. And soon PV will join me up here in a sec or two. And we have him here already. Hey, PV.
So Shadow, yeah, good. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Good. Yeah, good. We're it's firework weekend this weekend here, so you might hear loads of fireworks and all sorts of stuff going off in the background.
No problem.
We've got Guy Fawkes night is tomorrow, but there's plenty of people doing it today.
November 5th. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, the gunpowder plot. You know, looking at I'm sat in a conservatory at the moment. I'm looking out across the horizon. All I can see is a blaze of fireworks going across the whole horizon, and the odd bonfire here and there. So, yeah.
3:05 a.m. here in Albany, Western Australia. Oh my, that's early. Hey, CR, welcome back. PV, the reason I came up with this topic was I watched one of your videos.
Right.
And it is talked about mental preparedness, how to prepare mentally for a disaster or anything
Yeah.
life changing. So that's why I came up with this topic. So
I've just actually put
I
it
think
on
it's a
my
good idea to talk about, actually.
yeah, it is. Yeah, I'll pin that video to me community board, so if anyone wants to look at it, crack on.
So that's why I came up with this topic for this stream today. So
Yeah, I mean, there's not many people actually really focus on this sort of subject because a lot of people focus on gear and stuff like that, but this mental preparation, reactiveness, and even the aftermath to any sort of out of the ordinary event will affect everybody in some way, shape, or form. So it's
yeah,
definitely
exactly.
an important subject. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So I thought that this was a good idea to put this for today's stream. So
Yeah, and if anyone,
and I agree.
anyone in the chat, got any personal experiences, stories, just come up here and let us know, or you can put a comment in the comments section. We'll read it out because there's no experts in this subject matter at all. I believe there's no such thing as an expert.
I
Everyone's
am no
individual.
expert.
Everyone reacts differently, and you just never know how the people around you are going to react either. And I've seen various real life examples of this sort of thing. I'll mention later on, but yeah. So see, I was listening. There's a couple others in the chat. Idaho Garden Girl says, my week has been very busy. I'm picking apples. Many have insect damage. But I just cut the bad spots out and feed them to the chickens. Then I use parts for applesauce, dehydrated slices, and apple cider vinegar. Yeah, a lot. There's a lot of all those apples you get in the supermarkets. They're just so showroom apples. The real apples of the world. Everyone knows that they're full of insects and stuff. You got to pick them out and just crack on.
Yeah. Well, the more food, gear, and skills you have stored, the less panic will ensue. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. Definitely, you got to get in the right mindset, and you could probably achieve that in
Hey, Daniel, welcome.
in a variety of ways. And the way I look at it is, I approach this thing. You can have different coping mechanisms, and the more mentally prepared you are, obviously, it's not going to. You would have thought affect people as bad. For instance, I know two people. I won't mention one of them, any names or anything, but two instances where people I've looked up to, the most experienced. Right, first of all, Bosnia, the most experienced guy in our squadron back in the army days. We deployed out to Bosnia. Within the first week, we got mortared and rocket attacked, shot at, and what came about. We thought this is the guy with all the experience. We're looking up to him, for questions. What he's going to do. We'll follow along, sort of things. We were just 20-odd-year-old rookies, so to speak, and he eventually, within that first week, just said, right, I want to go home, and he was convinced that he was going to die. It crumbled completely and just got sent back to his unit and replaced with another guy. And we were still back, shocked and stunned. It's just unbelievable. And that's the way it goes. You just don't know who or how people are going to react. And the second guy, a bit of a different scenario. This was Afghanistan. He deployed. Within a month, he went on R&R, just never came back. He was just said, right, I'm not going back out there. I'm going to get killed. And that was it, gone. It affected him mentally much worse than everyone else. And I'm sure these people were convinced, they were digging themselves a hole deeper and deeper and deeper, just convincing themselves that something's going to happen to them. So it's just so funny how personalities change in the face of different situations. But looking back on that and various other things, I've done various reading over the years and stuff. I think you can approach it through different means. Everyone's got their coping mechanisms, but you don't know until something happens. So we're talking about the steps before that, the steps you can take before that. And people can go to a sort of spiritual side, a religious side to mentally prepare. They can meditate. A lot of people, there are other people that turn to drinking alcohol for a bit of Dutch courage.
Yeah.
But it depends what situation is going to occur. I think of it in two ways. If it's you got the slow burn events, the stuff that you can perceive is going to happen, like at some point there's going to be a riot, or at some point I'm going to get a home invasion, or at some point there's going to be a flood because I live next to a river and it's happened before. So that's what I call the slow burn events. At some point, you can envisage that sort of thing happening. On the flip side of that, you've got the snap flashpoint events, which are on, hit you out the blue. A car crash, an airline crash, your boat is sinking, you're with someone and they're killed through whatever means, or you get involved in an avalanche or rock slide or whatever, something completely unexpected out of the blue that hasn't happened before in that situation, and it is out of your frame of reference because you haven't mitigated against it in the past. That's the way I look at it. And then those two sorts of events. So for the slow burn sort of scenario, you can preempt that by visualizing what could happen. So you can prepare for it, and it will give you more confidence, because I think confidence plays a key factor. And if you're trained and you're confident and you've explored possibilities and you've role played and you've war gamed certain scenarios, then you will know, you might have plan A, B, and C in your head. You will know that if such and such an event happens, then you can do actions X, Y, and Z. And you've got the first aid kit to mitigate against it and all this sort of stuff. But if something happens completely out the blue and you haven't sort of prepared yourself or trained for it or visually envisage what's going to happen, then that's a completely different scenario. That's more of an effective, can affect people a lot more. But you've also got to think about a sustained event as well. I mean, let's take the example of World War I soldiers in the trenches. The average person, they know you're going to go through the trenches. You're going to experience gunshots and shelling, that sort of stuff. And probably a large amount of people can cope with a week's worth of shelling. But if you continue that for a longer period of time, that's going to have a completely different effect on someone. So the key factor is, how do you prepare against that sort of thing? And like the old adage, it's a big difference between seeing a dead person and seeing that person die. Seeing someone die is a lot more traumatic and then because all this sort of thing, you want to avoid the fallout of the consequences of not being mentally prepared for the event you're going to encounter, and ultimately it could lead you down the path of PTSD, which is quite a debilitating condition that we've seen recently from all sorts of wars and stuff that's gone on in the past. So I think training helps a massive amount, and this all comes back to the basics of preparedness, where people can you do a threat assessment. Yeah, like IDG says the Idaho Garden Guild, not to mention the rain in the trenches, getting trench foot, etc. Yeah, because it's not just the direct effect of war; it's the indirect effects of war. So you've got the diseases, the rats, the trench foot, and these sorts of things can have lasting effects physically on yourself as well. Difference between being in a crash and seeing a crash, says CR. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you can all watch a crash on TV and say, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that. You should have, and then being in one is a completely different scenario, because it's a sudden flash event, an unexpected event out of the blue, and it can stun you. I don't think you can really prepare yourself mentally for that sort of thing. You can only mentally go down a road of rehabilitation to make yourself more coherent afterwards when it comes to that sort of event. So yeah, I think definitely training is one of the number one things you could do, and part of that training process is what I'd like to think of as exposure. So when you're talking the bodies and dead people and injuries and people being mangled amongst wreckage and this sort of thing, or people doing things out of the ordinary for food and water and that sort of things, pre-exposure will play a big role in mentally preparing yourself, so you're not going into the unexpected. I'm not saying watch real life videos of dead people and mangled bodies all the time, but being aware of what to expect. I remember one time, my first deployment, and we got a mortar attack, and in the other side of the hangar we was in, all the windows blew in, and the other side of the hangar, the mortar round had hit the roof and exploded downwards into the hangar. It was about 20 foot high, this roof, and shrapnel had injured this guy who was asleep face down on his cot, and he was screaming because he was injured, and me and my mate looked at each other, and it was the quickest change we've ever had. We literally got dressed within 10 seconds. Boots, webbing, weapon, helmet, body armor, everything. We never slept we never slept in our sleeping bags after that night with just our boxer shorts on, put it that way.
Yeah.
Anyway, the thing was, we looked at each other, we thought, shit, what do we do now? Do we go out and get the aircraft in, or do we go and see that guy? So we went to see that guy, and before we rounded the corner within the building, mentally I was just thinking of all the possibilities of what I'm about to see. We didn't know this bloke. We didn't know if his legs were hanging off, his internal organs were hanging out. We didn't know if he was just screaming because he'd heard a loud bang and his ears ringing, or we just didn't know what was going to happen. And that momentary feeling of not knowing what you're going to encounter and thinking to yourself, am I going to be able to handle what I'm about to see? That those sort of 10 seconds worth of time were really, you're thinking you're going to do it anyway, but it's always in the back of your mind, what am I about to see? Can I cope with it? Anyway, we ran to the bend, and there was 4 or 5 other guys there already, so we went to get the aircraft in. And adrenaline does kick in and does play a key part in the sanitization of feelings, but it's always that split moment before you see someone. It's like if you hear a big car crash outside and there's no one else around apart from you, and you'll experience the same sort of feelings and emotions. What am I about to encounter? What type of injuries has this person got? The shock factor. You say, what you want to do is you want to prepare yourself as you're approaching the guy to treat him as to the potential injuries you're about to see, so it doesn't hit you straight away and you end up fainting or just becoming completely useless to the help of that situation.
It comes afterwards.
Yeah, that's the after effects as well. Yeah, once the adrenaline has died down, that's a different sort of sequence of events, really. But pre-exposure, I think, definitely helps you. So combined training should encompass sort of war gaming, visualization of what could happen, pre-exposure to various events, injuries, destruction, that sort of thing. Lack of facilities. I mean, when lockdown, just before lockdown kicked in with COVID, there's a guy I knew. There's a guy I knew who was really getting himself worked up and worried, and didn't know what to do. If what's going to happen, he says, are we going to be able to get food and all this sort of stuff? And that's just all down to, he was winding himself up, getting himself into a real mental state of confusion and disarray because he just wasn't mentally prepared for what could happen. As preppers, we all know, one of the first things, and most people do now, the toilet roll goes off the shelves, there'll be lack of food and all this sort of stuff. So we now know what's going to happen in the similar sort of situation to that. But that was a good example of not being able to visualize, not having any sort of training, no pre-exposure. And you've got to understand yourself, I think, and understand your own capabilities. But aside from all that, even if you do all that sort of thing, don't expect an easy ride, because you won't. Another example, my 4th deployment, I think it was 4th. We're in Sierra Leone, and we're about to go into the jungle with a group of hardened blokes who were used to it, and we were arming ourselves up, and it was just like the scene out of Saving Private Ryan. I looked down at my hands. My hands were involuntarily shaking. I thought, what's going on here? I don't feel scared or anything. My hands are shaking like crazy. So the point is, you can have loads of training, loads of war gaming, visualization exercises and pre-exposure, but you will still experience some physical effects, or you may experience some physical effects. And same again, other people are acting or really weirdly. You get the guy who's all of a sudden comes out and laughing and joking. A lot of people have probably seen this before they go on. If they're in a group and they go on a roller coaster or something, you always get the guy who's laughing and joking, and you get one guy who's all of a sudden he starts becoming loud. You get the guy who withdraws into himself. These are the sorts of early effects the early stages that we want to sort of try and avoid, because you're starting to go into the realms then of your behavior starts to change. Your character is acting out of the ordinary. So, yeah, normalcy bias, which is being bandied around quite often these days in the prepper sphere. Thinking everything's going to become normal, or you get too used to a certain state of affairs in your surroundings, and then all of a sudden a flash event hits out of the blue, and they were then into the stages of dealing with that event. So I mean, when mental preparation, it's a long journey really, and it's almost like a long slow hill, and at the end of that hill is a steep drop off. It's at what point is the drop off occurring? Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it's very difficult because there's so many different ways people act and think. You got to. I mean, I've done loads of parachute jumps, and you've got to rationalize what's happening around you. So if you rationalize what's going to happen around you, and you can focus on the events or the things that will make a difference and get you out of that situation or make things better, and then separate those from the things that we can't influence, that makes a key difference. Because then you got a plan, then and if you are going into things blind, or something comes upon you quickly and you just are in a state of mental confusion, it will make things so much harder to be able to prioritize things and focus on the things that really matter, and focus on the things that you can't influence. So but by doing all this sort of thing, you're in a good position then of being, you got peace of mind, you're prepared, you're confident, and then it's just a case of or it should be just a case of sort of modifying your plan as and when and as and what happens to whatever's thrown at you. You can be your own you can be your own strongest asset or your own weakest link, so to speak. When we go to the parachute school, their motto was knowledge dispels fear. I've got a bit of an issue with that statement, because yes, knowledge does dispel fear, but on the other hand, you know what all the dangers are, and what's the better option, being completely ignorant or knowing exactly what the options are, So yeah.
When I finished the setup of this stream, I searched and I found actually a Canadian website from their Canadian Red Cross,
right,
about this topic. So I'm gonna share this because it says a lot, in my opinion. There you are. Okay, preparing emotionally for disasters and emergencies.
Right. Yep.
Disasters and emergencies impact us not only physically but also emotionally. They cause significant disruption and stress to our lives. The increased stress we experience during disasters and emergencies can disrupt our routines. However, people are also resilient in the face of disasters and emergencies after an emergency. More than 80% of people affected will recover well without prolonged distress and without the event significantly impacting on their mental health. Uh, Now we come to the most important part of this. Preparing for the emotional and social impacts of disasters and emergencies. Number one, anticipate. How do you think you will react to stress? Identify. How will you think and feel? 3. Manage. How will you come when you have increased stress? And then next is make a plan. It can be helpful to create a self-care plan in advance of a disaster or emergency. Anticipating, monitoring, and understanding your own and your loved ones' reactions will really help during an emergency. You can ask yourself some of the following questions and write the answers down. How do you recognize when you are stressed? How do you act and what do you feel? What are the personal things in your life or actions you take to feel better? This could include physical, emotional, relationships, spiritual, and cultural supports. How do you cope with stress? What are the are 3 things you can do to decompress after a stressful experience? And there is a lot more of this. I'm gonna share this.
Yeah.
I put this in the chat so you guys can check it for yourself.
So yeah, I think it might be a good idea for people to, no matter how robust people think they are, it may not be them that's starting to experience panic attacks and stuff like this. Good idea to look at and know what to do in the event of a panic attack. It might be your kids are having a panic attack or your missus.
Yeah.
And a lot of women out there who are going through or going through the menopause, perimenopause.
Hey, Deidre, good to see you.
That they are, a lot of them are more prone to panic attacks in that phase, and it doesn't take a lot to push them into a panic attack mode. So I'd say to people, know what to do in the event of a panic attack and know how to calm someone down and get them back to a coherent state. So if someone's in your group and if you're trying to move somewhere and someone in your group's having a panic attack, they could be completely immobile, not wanting to move at all. So the quicker you can get them up on their feet and out of the danger zone, the better. So yeah, you're gonna. Is there any more to this article?
Yeah. Get connected is next headline. Our connections with others is critical to increasing resilience and recovery after disasters. Think about who in your network, friends and family, can you turn to when you experience increased stress. Be specific and let these people know that they are your support. People in the event of disasters, emergencies, include out of town contacts in your lists. Who do you consider to be in your community? Who do you already know? Who are your neighbors? Introduce yourself. Start a conversation about how an emergency might affect your local community. And the next headline is Get to know services in your area. What services do you and your loved ones access in your local community to increase well-being and decrease stress? This could be recreational activities as well as formal services like counseling. Think about how you will continue these activities in a disaster or emergency. Um, and the next headline is Get Organized. Being organized helps us have a sense of control after an emergency. How will you connect with your family members, including your children, after disasters or emergencies? Are you or your loved ones actively managing any physical or mental health conditions? List medications or medical assistance of any kind you currently rely on in your self-care plan and include in your kit. What are the things in your life that cannot be replaced and that have a great meaning for you or your loved ones? Think about ways you can protect these things in an emergency. Some people find it comforting during an evacuation to bring something that reminds them of their home community. How will you manage and care for your pets in a disaster emergency? Pets may be a significant part of our lives and provide comfort and support. Uh, and the last headline is Coping with Crisis. Immediately after an emergency or disaster, a person may experience a range of thoughts, feelings, and behavior that can be intense, confusing, and frightening. These are expected reactions to an extraordinary situation. Every year, millions of people suffer as a result of human caused incidents or natural disasters. Any significant loss, human or material, results in a natural grieving process. Uh, and there is a link also learn about coping with crisis. Um,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
can
well,
put that in the
it's definitely
chat as well.
a good start and a good set of pointers for
Uh,
people to start looking into.
yeah.
A lot of people saying in the chat that, the fight or flight
Hey, Tammy.
response, which is sort of the flashpoint event I was talking about earlier, and it's those types of events in which is out of your frame of reference, something unusual, spectacular that you haven't seen or experienced before. So yeah, you're just creeping out of the realms of mentally preparing yourself then. But what I'd say is just take a deep breath, stop, look around you, take a deep breath in, take in the scope and the gravity of the situation, hold your breath, have a nice long breathe out. And this is a proven sort of method you can see on various advice and websites. Calm yourself down and then think about your options, rationalize the situation, come up with a plan and act on it. Running around like a headless chicken is no good for anyone, and it could be the difference and in seconds of life and death. Do you go out the left-hand side of the aircraft, which is on fire, or do you go out the right-hand side of the aircraft? And unless you scope in the gravity of the situation, taking your surroundings, calm yourself down just for a couple of seconds, then it could mean all the difference between going out of the left or right door. One meaning death, one meaning survival. Yeah. So, but these we got to comprehend a longer term of scenario here. It's all right initially surviving the impact phase, if you like, but anyone who's ever lived in a stressful environment for a long period of time, could be a week, month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months plus, that will slowly erode your mental state really badly. And you've got to detach yourself out of the environment. Maybe go to a, spend 5-10 minutes in the toilet in your own, just you and the four walls, out of the scenario or out of the area, and just wind down. If you're constantly in that environment and you're not taking any sort of mental time out, it's going to burn you out basically. And then it'll weigh down and you just get burnt out, and that'll be it.
Hey, Matt. Good to see you.
Hey, Shadow, how you doing, brother? How
I'm
you
doing pretty good, actually.
brother?
We got the screen back. Where is he?
Oh, Can you hear me?
Yeah, well.
There you are. Okay. Second star. Well, yeah, we've seen you for a while. How you doing?
Doing good. About y'all, brothers. Most of these scenarios and everything that are created and everything, I know, like the Red Cross and everything, they've seen multiple situations with like natural disasters, stuff like that. You can't plan, like these organizations can't plan for real SHTF through like Katrina. They can't, like the earthquakes that happened in, where was it? Like in the Middle East that happened, because that stops after a time. The world goes back. Like what we plan for as preppers and everything is literally the end of the world, and there is no real life scenario that we can ever prepare for, because there hasn't been a real end of the world scenario where we don't have food, we don't have water, we don't have electricity, even during Katrina and stuff like that. Yeah, there was a handful of people that were trapped on their roofs and everything for a month, maybe 2 months, without water, food, electricity, but they were rescued. They were brought back to civilization that had all those amenities, but in a real SHTF situation, we won't have those amenities. We won't have dedicated areas to take care of people, it's, and what happens when we do run out of all that stuff, when we can't provide enough food and enough water, and we have to literally ration people on food. Only MREs can only last so long. That's only made for the military. That's not made for the general public, we only have enough backups and enough, we only have enough backup stuff to support people for X amount of time, but you both were in the military. I was never in the military, but like a aircraft carrier, they only have enough food for only the people on that ship only. Then they have to restock every 5 months or so, because it doesn't carry enough food and supplies just for the soldiers and the people on that aircraft carrier.
These aid agencies, they're basically there to get people out the area and get the infrastructure going back again, and that's it. I mean, they could just about self-sustain themselves, let alone look after anyone. And it's a bit of a token effort as far as aid's concerned, but
Yeah. People, the population and everything. Most people that are preppers, they don't even have a support group. They don't have a prepper community. Most people that are preppers and all this stuff, they are by themselves with only their family. They and
I think it's, you got to keep yourself not physically fit for a start off, because that does help.
yeah.
And one of the biggest factors when you're talking real long-term SHTF and nothing's ever going to get back to where it was is a support network and being amongst a community, because you've got other people to share the experience with.
Yeah.
I can remember many a few situations when it's always in the army. It's always better to be in the shit with other people than it is on your own,
Right.
because you can. There's still an element of joviality. You can have a laugh and this sort of thing, and the old saying, a problem shared is a problem halved, and all that sort of stuff. Definitely rings true. Definitely. So having people around you in a community definitely goes a long way. Someone else to speak to, someone to share the hardship with. I think, yeah.
But also you got to look at the way humanity's going now. Than the way humanity was just 20 years ago. 20 years ago, people were willing to give the shirt off their back to help another individual, or give money to somebody that they thought was homeless or needed, food or something like that. Nowadays, people would rather spit on you than, even give you a quarter, and that lack of, you know, brother in arms, or that lack of, brother and sister in arms, it is kind of a mindset that's only in a select few anymore. And it's the younger generation, the generation just after that was after mine. They don't want to help anybody. They don't want to, they think everything is for them. They don't care about anybody else, So
I
it's
think
going to turn to that me mentality.
this is what people have got to start thinking about. They've got to start thinking about their own support network, their own community. It's okay being a prepper where you're self-sufficient or self-mitigating in so many scenarios, but
a
support network, even if it's right, a scenario is, if you get a house invasion and your family gets killed, and you're just in an isolated building somewhere in the plains, you're not going to fare as well as someone in a town with neighbors who you can talk to and look after, that sort of thing. It might even be as simple as someone looking after your relative or your pet or something while you do something else. But
we're all not going to be Will Smith, in Last Man Alive. That's BS.
Complete crap. Yeah.
And I hate the people with that. I may sound like I'm trying to tell you to do the lone wolf mentality. I'm not, but I'm telling you, when you do, like, some people, I'm saying it like, people in this day of age, it's so hard to trust individuals anymore, and somebody can be your best friend to your face, then all of a sudden turn around on you in an instant. And you don't need that type of person in your group either, because what happens when you're sitting around and you're having to ration out food, and that person's starving, then all of a sudden you scrape out the last of the the pot with the juices and everything to a child, and there's somebody in their 30s or 40s right there that's worse than a child, that's like, oh, you gave that kid more than me. There's so many situations and everything that turns in SHTF that you would never expect another individual to do, and
Yeah.
it
Well, I mean, what we can do is we can focus on the knowns. And
right.
as far as the unknowns go, it's just a case of
What if?
burning through the questions and
Hmm.
saying, yeah, like, what if this happens? What if that happens? But rationalize the situation, go through the knowns, come up with multiple plans. And there's so many scenarios there. I think it all comes back to people knowing the threats and likely events that's going to happen at their location to begin with.
It is. I guess I'm saying is, don't hate everybody, but just be wary when you make groups, when you do stuff, like, because you never know what a person's going to be in real SHTF.
Yeah.
You don't even know what you're going to be in a real SHTF situation, because most of America has never had, like, at least most of the first world countries have never been through an SHTF situation in reality,
And this goes back to the old argument of what SHTF means to one person is different
Yep.
to another group.
Yep.
SHTF to one person could be broken down on a lonesome road with no help in the middle of the rain, and you're in danger of freezing to death.
Yep.
All the way through to nuclear war,
Yeah. It's just such a wide range of SHTF. Like, there is no, oh, this is SHTF, there. And it was like when I was growing up, my grandfather taught me that SHTF was, another World War III, another world war, and because he served through World War II and the Korean War, and it was
Vietnam.
like,
yeah.
he said each war is going to get worse after the other, and he says, especially with technology and the way that humans evolve, that the next world war may destroy us. So, and it's also how you were raised, what got, like, what was the situation that each person experienced to put them in prepping, put them into learning survivalism.
Yeah.
Sorry to be taking up your time. I see.
No, go on. Valid points. BC Bert Gerbs has just come up with a good point there. He says, if you don't know, ask questions. My mum told me always to ask questions. If you don't know something, even if you don't like the answer, you will have the answer. Yeah, so, yeah, basically. But, yeah, I mean, it can be mental preparation for any sort of event can be such a long, drawn-out process. People might not even want to go down that road of doing it or thinking about it. They might just have the attitude of saying, well, if it happens, it happens. So be it on your own head sort of thing of don't worry yourself until something happens. Oh, I've got all my food there. I've got my rations. I've got my water and my ammo and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So there's various approaches to it. So, yeah. I personally would still go down, and this is what in the missus do, is visualize, train, scenario based, events.
Yeah, I mean, take a situation like, I run situations to make me mentally prepare because I'm a type 1 diabetic. I need insulin to survive. I need,
Right.
I need a constant supply of food to keep my blood sugar up. And I do 1 week a month where I go with what my friend taught me when he lost weight to get into the Air Force and everything was 1 can of unseasoned tuna and everything, and you open up 1 can and you put it on. Put 1 teaspoon of unflavored tuna on 1 Ritz cracker, and you have 3 of those for. You have 3 of those crackers with 1 teaspoon on it. 3 for breakfast, 3 for lunch, and 3 for dinner, and that's all you eat all day long. Like I do that. Then I also train myself. Like if SHTF happens, I train myself that I'm not making money this week. So I've got to ration, everything. I've got to only cook with what's in my shelves. I've got to use my gas tank to get me to work and everywhere else that I need to for a week until I get paid again and see how far I can make it, And
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
those are
Yeah.
yeah.
So I mean, your classic example there. If you've thought about what could happen, you've sort of gone down an exercise. You played it out to see that event, so that when it happens, you can quite happily know what to expect, basically. And that's
and the only
there's
I
just
haven't ran anything with no power yet because it's hard to do that without power, But like while we have power, because it's easy to wake up in the morning, flick on a switch, and say, "Oh, look, I got power,"
Yeah.
But
there's a comment there which is quite valid, and it's someone called Liselot Jepson. In Sweden, gangs are blowing up houses, and that is an SHTF situation for people living there. And this current situation we're in Europe, and soon coming to America, we're on the verge now of civil disruption on a large countrywide scale. And I suggest Sweden is, Germany is, France is. In fact, Bob said it there. We're in SHTF already. And people that I've been speaking to this week, variety of people, they just can't believe it's happening. And this is a classic example of mental preparation. They haven't thought about or listened to people. Because I've been talking to people in the last 5, 6, 7 years, and they've all said, "Oh, the country's going to go to a bag of chalk within the next 10 years because of this situation." And we're about to see it play out on the streets of London now. And, not just London, but all across all the towns and cities in Britain for a start. And people are in shock. Oh, well, what they do, And you get the other half of the coin. We're all saying, well, we saw this coming. We know what to expect. Doesn't surprise me.
It's like here in America, we're about to have another, I guess you can call it another civil war, but instead of for civil war, it's for like race, religion, and all that other stuff. So technically another civil war, and it's going to be brother against brother, father against son, and
it's another example. It's not just an event that creeps up on you or happens. It's an escalation of a normal, well, not normal. For instance, crime.
Yeah.
Crime rate starts to creep up and up and up and up and up, and people in the streets start saying, "Ooh, there's a burglar next door the other day, or there's a burglar 2 doors away and someone got hurt or someone got killed. And all of a sudden, people are thinking, how do we get to this situation? They start panicking and stuff like that, and they haven't got their alarms in place. They haven't got their doors secured. Their windows are insecure. And then they're in an emotional state of panic.
Yeah.
And they can't sleep at night. They're insecure because A, they didn't think it would happen to them, and B plus, they're now in a state of catch up, really.
Yeah. A lot of people, when they go buy a house and everything, they look at the crime rate map and everything of an area that they're going to, and it says, oh, it's a perfect area. It's a green area. And that doesn't mean anything. That just means that's an area that hasn't been hit yet. If you're outside of Compton, 5 or 10 miles outside of Compton, that doesn't mean that those local gangs or robberies or whatever isn't going to come out there. It's just less reported.
Yeah. Yeah. And Bob was talking about there, we in the States have been living in this drug mess for a long time now. Yeah. That sort of thing hasn't creeped over here in Britain to such a scale in a lot of places. And again, people will be shocked as to what could happen if that happens over here at the same sort of scale.
You see it all the time in like California and everything. Just a random group of people, is because everybody has that Ring doorbell now, and you see it all the time, like on YouTube Shorts and TikTok and all that stuff, where somebody comes up and pulls the same thing. Oh, we're here to check your air filters because you live in an apartment building, and in an apartment building, they're supposed to show their name badge and everything, but they don't have to. And most people are are used to maintenance workers saying, oh, we're here to, check on your apartment. So they easily just open up their doors to these people. And as soon as they do, they get robbed. As soon as they do, somebody gets shot. And
yeah. There's a video flying around this week of a guy who was complaining about noise levels in New York.
Mm-hmm.
The noise there was no sound to the video, but at the end of the day, the guy pulled a gun out, shot 2 of them or 3 of them. I think he shot 2 dead. And the guy just casually got in the lift and walked off. And it was obvious that he had done that sort of thing before, and he wasn't, he was used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the place that I do security at right now, right across the street is a barbecue joint. It's got a Sky Bar where they allow, small name venues and stuff like that to go and perform and everything. And they don't have security until 7 o'clock at night. So anybody can go in there with any handgun or knife or whatever into the restaurant part. Then after 7 o'clock, the venue opens up. Well, this one individual came in with a handgun, wasn't checked or anything, went and ate at the restaurant. Then a rapper was performing, and all of a sudden he just opened up fire inside of the venue and injured like 2 or 3 people and just walked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't know what's going to happen. Every day is literally Pandora's box nowadays.
Yeah, a good example of being mentally prepared through training and role-playing exercises and that sort of stuff is the firefighter. He would be far less likely to panic in the event of a house fire than someone who's not a firefighter, or someone who You get a medic who's a trauma medic who's used to seeing and treating traumas
Right.
next to a person who isn't versed with that exposure.
Yeah.
So hello Bob. All right.
Hey, Bob.
Hello.
What's up, Bob?
Yeah, you guys in Europe, you can learn from us Americans. We've been in shit hit the fan for years now. At least in my area, we've been through it. We're living it right now. We're used to it. Ask questions.
Definitely.
Ask questions. We can help you. You know.
I know people who have come back off holiday and they've said, "Oh, everyone's walking around with guns." You know.
Yeah.
They just can't comprehend that, at all. And I think it always comes back, and this is my approach: training, exposure, visualizing events, and that'll go a long way for a start off. Definitely go a long way. If you're,
hardening your home.
Yeah.
Very important. Deadbolt locks and reinforce your doors, reinforce your windows, security systems. That's because you've got to protect your core, where your wife, your children, your food is at. You've got to protect that first.
Yep.
That's the best advice I can give to you Europeans right now. If you don't have some kind of a weapon, for God's sakes, make it. Make some kind of a weapon.
Yep. Just
it's coming your way, guys, whether you like it or not. And your government can't stop it. They can't.
I think the issues we have here now with the gang violence and all these shooting, bombings, and you name it, that is in Malmö, Gothenburg, Stockholm, and even 2 hours south from me, there is shootings as well. So this will spread even to my city where I live.
You're exactly right. Because I remember 12 years ago, I watched the same things that went on in Seattle and Tacoma. And I live in a smaller city outside of Seattle. I thought, wow, I'm so glad it's not here. But guess what? Within 10 years, my area where I used to live went to shit.
Yep.
My children had to walk to school. I remember they had to walk to school and home. And I remember my daughter watched one junkie standing right on the sidewalk, just where it used to be safe, with a fucking syringe hanging out of his hand, like a zombie.
Yeah.
And
oh Lord.
We had the same situation. We had the same situation last week where at the bus stop where it was right at the last bus and everything at the transit center where, everybody wait for the bus to ride, and he sat down and everything. Then about 15 minutes later, the security guard walks by and everything and sees the guy slumped over and everything with a needle hanging out between his his middle fingers and everything.
Yep, right there.
And he went over there. He went over there to assess the situation. And the guy was so high and everything. In Texas, you can carry a knife no matter where. You can carry any size knife on you. You carry a machete on your back and the homeless are allowed to carry it on buses and everything because it's their form of protection on the streets. So, but if a normal citizen walks onto the bus with a handgun on their side or a gun, they have to get off the bus. They can't take it on, but a homeless person can. But
oh God,
yeah, and the homeless guy reacted to the security guard, pulled out a mid-sized machete and everything, was trying to swipe at him.
I see him carrying machetes here. Yeah. But let's see, BC Gerbs, you're up there, and it's everywhere on the New World now, and it's been with us for years now. I hate to say it, but we're used to it. You do become hardened to it. I don't know how many times I've walked past people unconscious on the sidewalk. I just keep walking. Oh, you don't love your fellow man, but dude, you Europeans, you're going to be seeing this in your neighborhood soon. The drugs are so addictive. It takes one sample and you're hooked. And the people that talking to the Europeans here, are gonna get strung out on that shit. People that and I'm speaking from experience here. I got family members who are all fucked up on that stuff. You have to walk away.
Yeah.
You can try once or twice to help them, but to preserve yourself and your family, you have to turn your back on them and walk away and tell them to don't come back.
Yeah. We have the main bus stop and everything here in San Antonio, and it's called Centro Plaza, and that place is the headquarters for all the junkies, all the homeless, everything. Right across the street, because it's a public property, the sidewalk, there's about maybe a football field line of homeless just laying on the ground. Last night there was 3 homeless beating the crap out of another one with with like 2x4s and everything, almost beating him half to death just to take a small bag of weed off of him.
Yeah. And now you imagine what they'll do in your own home to your wife while you're at work.
Yep.
That's why, trust me, shit like that, it kicks off here all the time, man. That's why I harden my windows and my doors, and I'm in a little bit safer area right now. We've been here for 1 year now, and I just now found a neighbor who's into what we're talking about here. Just now, So at least I've got somebody over in that direction who sleeps with a Glock 17.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm real careful and cautious about mentioning preparedness with my neighbors, but this couple and their adult son brought it forward, and so there's somebody over there I know I can go to.
I bet you can't wait to move, can you, Bob?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to leave the country to get to a relatively drug-free place. It's unfortunate, but it's true.
Well, if it's a better place, better environment, better life, then do it.
Yeah,
I'll have no qualms about doing that.
It's hard for me. Like the cartel has finally moved up from West Texas and everything to Central Texas. They're buying out all the small like abandoned houses and everything on the east side of San Antonio, and buying these abandoned houses that are pretty much supposed to be demolished, and they're buying them for like $10,000, $5,000, rebuilding them back up and everything, and using them as drug havens and trap houses.
Yeah, kill houses too.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's getting bad. Like,
the thing that makes
don't want to see it.
The thing that makes it really frustrating, and is the fact that the government ain't doing nothing about it. No law enforcement. It's just carrying on and escalating and escalating. That's the thing that gets people, and it's just going to go into a spiral of implode. The whole country is just going to implode. So it's like a virus spreading across the country.
Yeah, I'm going to say it again, Vet and Swede. Get used to it. It doesn't get better. Trust us, Americans. And the Canadians too. It don't get better. It only gets worse. And I don't want to be a defeatist,
right?
But it is fucking true. You've got to learn.
I don't think it getting any better. I don't think so either.
Yeah.
And now their government want help from the army to deal with the gangs. What in the name of God? That will not help anything. Because the army will be a support team to the cops, but That won't help much.
Well,
That's
Shadow,
trying to put out a fire.
Remember what
Just a
happened
second.
in the 90s. Oh, you're good, Bob. Go ahead.
Yeah, just that Swede, that's like putting out a fire after it's already started.
Yeah.
The root cause of all the problems is the drugs.
Yeah.
That's the root cause. That's what they need to be going after rather than, well, they need to stop the shooting and killing, but you can't now this rooted in. But what they need to focus in on is the drugs itself. And that's hard to do, but yeah. I'm sorry, Second City Star. Go ahead.
You're good, Bob. But I was going to say, remember what happened in the 90s in California? 2 men in full body armor and everything was able to take out most of the California cops and everything with an AK-47, and because the police didn't have armor penetrating bullets or anything. They had to go to a pawn shop to buy the ammo to take them out. It's
they had to get civilian hunting rifles that will take these guys down right through their body armor and through a car. They did learn from that.
Civilians are easier to get whatever that they can that's more powerful than what the police can have.
That's right.
That's the sad thing. You know,
3006 hunting rifle that will go through everything, basically.
Right through. Yeah. Anything. Yeah. That's why I have one.
Yeah.
It'll crack an engine block on a car. Yeah.
You're hunting moose with a 3006 here in Sweden.
Uh-huh.
And I heard my wife's sister's husband, he is hunting. When I turned 40, we would go to the range, and he had his 3006, and he fired that one. Oh my! That was a powerful bang in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, and a really good kick too.
It hurts your teeth, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it blows my eardrums out if I don't have my ears protected.
Yeah.
Like the cartel and everything. They just stopped a carrier truck and everything coming over the border that had military grade assault rifles and military grade heavy machine guns or something like that was coming across the border that was heading here to Texas. So
oh God.
Yeah. And and the driver and everything, he says, I'll tell you where it was going, and I'll tell you that it was bought for the cartel, So if they can get their hands on military grade weaponry, any gang can, anybody can.
At least in my area, the police carry an M16 and a shotgun. I think most police departments now, after that LA shooting, started issuing out Mini 14s and M16s to their officers, but
even the TSA officers and everything, they carry bullpups and MP4s. So,
and the hard part, like Swede in his situation, the government can use the army. Our laws are different here in the States. In order to call out active duty military, that takes the president. This guy shits himself. I mean, come on. He gropes kids and he shits his pants. What do you think the chances are he's going to do anything to help us? None. The governors can call out the National Guard, which is a formidable force, but the governors are afraid of the cartels, and many of them are taking big bags of cash under the table from the cartels. So that leaves us to protect ourselves. That's where you Europeans are going to be at very soon, or if you're not already.
Yeah, and the problem is, I'm really worried. I begin to be really worried, and I begin to be really nervous here because I begin to feel stressed. Because all of these shootings, bombings, and everything. So now, I basically I bought this knockout spray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is not pepper spray, but it has similar effects. And this is a gel that sticks to your skin and eyes and everything, and it colors your skin red.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
It's right next to me at all times.
This one is legal for me to carry here. Pepper spray are not legal here because you know what? Pepper spray here goes under the gun laws here in Sweden. It's restricted by the gun laws here.
You're lucky. You're lucky because my security team and everything, my security company, we now have to get vegan accepted pepper spray, and it's able to be wiped out of the eyes and everything.
What?
Yeah, if you spray
WTF. What the fuck?
That's like having friendly bullets.
In Texas and California, if you spray an individual with an unveganed pepper spray and everything, you can serve up to like 3 months in jail for it.
Yeah,
if they say that they're vegan and you used an anti-vegan pepper spray on them.
That's like having friendly bullets, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah. It's like giving security, sandbag bullets. Like,
well, Shadow, you got that one that you carry. What I did with these, I saw the Portland police spraying Antifa and Black Lives Matter with this very stuff. I've got one of these in the compartment on every driver door on all of my cars. I would recommend that you make sure your wife has some of that stuff and give it to your kids too. Learn from us. We've been living in hell on earth, and get used to being the stress, Shadow. It does affect you after. Well, I lived in a place that was a clean, beautiful place, and then within a few years, it's a junkie haven for 10 years. And you want to talk about hard to sleep at night, and the day was even worse because that's when they're trying to break into our house. It's there's not much you can do other than maybe get some mental health care if you choose to, but I turned my anxiety into preparedness and making more weapons and making caltrops. And do you understand? I took those feelings of anxiety and turned them into something that I can make with my hands.
Use it.
Use that feeling. Mm-hmm.
It's what was
and
mentioned
Mac Bean,
earlier.
I was just going to say real quick, Mac Bean, the only ingredients in that vegan pepper spray is water and cayenne peppers. That's it. So,
well, put a Carolina Reaper in that pepper spray, it would do the thing.
Ooh,
no, because they don't want to blind somebody.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a deterrent. That's all it is. It's just a deterrent.
Yeah.
This is Bob mentioned something there was on about earlier. It was the long-term effects of being in a stressful situation environment. You've got to detach yourself and take yourself out of the situation and environment for a while. Otherwise, you're just going to burn out completely.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
And you'll end up with longer term problems then creeping into the PTSD stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a PTSD where it doesn't attribute it to any sort of single event or action. It's just living long term in a unstable environment where you're constantly nervous, on edge. It's not good at all.
Did y'all see that new self-defense weapon that came out? It's called the Power Fist. It's almost a 1,000,000 volt like hand gauntlet that's got a taser around the whole entire, going all the way up your arm.
Like, I've seen the knuckle duster ones, which got tasers going.
it's like a medieval full gauntlet. It covers your forefingers and all the way down your arm. Like if they try to grab your arm or anything like that, you just hit the button and and everything goes off on it. It creates a whole entire electrical current across it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would be a shocking and stunning experience.
Yeah. It's like $500 for it, but it's worth it. I mean,
yeah, Shawnee brings up something. What works for you for stress relief? My stress turned into preparedness. But when you're in that situation, be careful of alcohol. Be careful of alcohol. A lot of people will turn to booze, and pretty soon you're drinking every day. Be real careful about drugs and alcohol in a stressful situation because it can destroy you.
Yeah.
Some people will turn to gambling to relieve their stress. Don't do that. Don't change fear into an addiction. It'll ruin you.
Yeah.
I put my stress on my preps. That is what I do.
Bingo.
I had to increase my preps.
Yep.
Because a lot of things happens here. It's my way to relieve the worst of the stress.
It kind of calms you down for a bit. Yeah.
What are the I was gonna say, what are the guys in my group and everything? He took his stress relief into sex with his wife.
Yeah.
But there's also a downfall in that too. I mean, if it's
more kids.
Yeah. And you don't want to be an SHTF with a 6-month, pregnant wife,
Yeah.
So just anything and everything can be a hindrance and a help,
Yeah, musical. Shawnee, she just that's one thing that helps me. Many mornings when I wake up, I'll be right here with my coffee and my cigarette, and I've got a playlist of music on YouTube. I'll click that, and I've got some speakers, and just get lost in music for a while. That helps me to ground me after anytime,
Yeah.
But that works for me,
Music is great.
Martial arts might not be a bad thing for some people to go into. It's physical
and
fitness.
Meditation.
That too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had in mind to take up martial arts again. And this time I had in mind for jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is you learn to defend against guns.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the only martial art I know teach how to defend if someone point a gun to you. That's jiu-jitsu. So,
well, even Bruce Lee said there is no martial art that will protect you from a gun. There is none. Bruce Lee even said that if there's a gun in the fight, because there's plenty of self-defense classes and everything with guns for security that show that somebody that has a hand-to-hand or a knife with, like, if you're a security guard or whatever, with like a level 3 holster, which is a 2-part, security holster, by the time you hit both buttons to unlock your gun and you unholster it, if that person is, whether they're 4 feet or 6 feet away from you, they can make it to you and already be on you before you unholster that gun.
Yeah.
I'm not saying like a Kydex where it's just easy pull out, but if you have any kind of like self-protection holster where somebody can't take it from you.
Good to see you.
But somebody can be right up on you unarmed quicker than you can unholster a gun.
Unless you're fast and can draw a gun like a Cobra.
Right.
And that is few who can. And I watched on Discovery Channel many years ago. There was a sheriff he could draw his gun, and he was like a rattlesnake. That I couldn't see. He had his gun in his holster, and 2 milliseconds he had it up, and fired 2 shots already. But what? He was so fast.
Well, the thing is, you got to. This is when training kicks in for any sort of emotional situation. You know, you've got to. It's all right being able to fire off 5 rounds in quick succession, and A, you're going to hit the target, and B, you're going to hit the target in a state of mental confusion and under stress. So you got to train for these sorts of things. You've got to visualize it. You've got to understand who you're up against. And like you there, Shadow. I mean, it's good that you're probably one step ahead of your neighbors and friends, and just purely in the fact that you know and you've spoken to people about what's coming, what you're expected to know what's coming. You know, you're expecting civil unrest to happen, and out of that, you know that potentially you're going to have fighting, fires, destruction around you, and some sort of physical trauma against someone, and your neighbors who are just completely not expecting that, they could just crumble quite easily. So you're 1 foot up the ladder straight away.
Another thing to look into is while you're out on the city streets, like I've been to Europe a few times, and I know your environment that you guys live in familiar. Your attitude when you walk down the street. Because predators are always looking for the weakest one out of the herd. They're looking for the one who's walking along, looking at the ground, or the one who's lost. The one looking around. You got to walk with your head up and your shoulders back, and walk with intent. Walk straight ahead and keep a steady pace as much as you can, because they won't select you, the guy who can handle himself. They'll select the guy behind him who's got his finger buried in his nose. You know.
And headsets that are plugging his ears. And walking with his phone.
Another thing that I've learned from international travel is if you come around a corner and there are people that you'll feel that they're kind of sketchy, go to the other side of the street, go around the corner, stop, and go across the street. Avoid any conflict. Stay away from them.
And always stay in if there's lit areas too. Right. Because
if somebody's walking behind you, go on the other side of the street. Because usually they won't follow you. No, normally they won't. And if they do follow you, you better get ready, because he's after you and he's coming. You know.
Always change your tactics too. Always change wherever you think you're going. Like if you're supposed to be going west, go east. If you see just a corner store or whatever, go into that corner store, because the more people, the more light.
I was just going to say that. Get inside of a business somewhere. Exactly. That's worked for me more than once.
Oh yeah.
Or go to nearest police station.
And
if you go in there, they won't follow you.
Or if you go around security guards, even though security guard, but 90% of security guards do have a radio on there with their dispatch. So, even if he's an unarmed security guard, he can call dispatch. And there will be a security guard there with a gun.
do what food forest permaculture says. Start coughing and say, I just got off the plane from China, and do lots of coughing.
Or do what
Very good idea, Howie.
Hey man, you got to do the unorthodox. If it requires me to pull down my pants and piss, I will. if that'll make the guy stop and hesitate, like, what the fuck? I'll do it, or throw
When
my
I
poop
lived
at him.
when I lived in Atlanta and everything, Atlanta, they say when you travel Atlanta at night, it's worse because all the thugs and everything are always out in the street and everything. And they say if you're walking alone and everything, fill your pocket full of salt. And
Really?
yeah, they said fill your pocket full of salt, like enough to get a good handful. And if they come up to you, throw the salt right into their eyeballs.
Oh,
Yeah.
That will sting pretty good.
See,
It works. It works.
Never thought of that.
Yeah.
All these things.
Just learned something today. Thank you.
No
people
problem.
should be in a position where they know their environment and the city streets and the situation. They shouldn't be going out on own. They shouldn't be going out in the darkness. They should at least go out in pairs. At least have some form of defense.
There's some people that work third shift jobs that need to be out at that time, going to work, whatever.
Yeah, there are.
Mm-hmm. Like a lot of my security guards, they don't have cars, so they're riding the bus, they're doing whatever, they're by themselves, and they a lot of them, some of them are armed security guards. They don't get messed with because they're armed, but the ones that aren't, the level 2s, they and a lot of them are females and by themselves on a bus, and you get the worst of the worst on buses.
Oh God, I don't want to ever ride a city bus ever again. Oh my God, man. Oh God.
Yeah.
Do you not have security guards on buses?
No.
We're starting to they're starting to introduce police community support officers on buses here.
Yeah, we're supposed to
escalate to the situation where it is.
Yeah, we're supposed to within the next 2 years, but we have such a low security and a low police force that we can't just do that. And they're already being worked, max hours a day, and they don't want to, do off shift police duties on buses,
I've done this situation twice. Back before I retired, there was a gas station. We were working second shift, get off midnight or whatever it was, and then everyone flies out of there to get home. And one of my coworkers was a Vietnamese lady, very petite, and I saw that she was at a gas station because I came to the traffic light and I saw her getting gas in her car. And in front of her car was a bunch of thugs milling around. I pulled my car in behind her, and I walked up and I stood next to her until she filled up her tank. And she says, she knew me, by sight. And she says, well, what are you doing? And I pointed like this at those thugs. And she turned around and saw them. And she goes, thank you. I said, I'll stay here until you fill up your tank. She's so tiny. She would have been just wiped out by 3 of those guys, Recently, when I went to the supermarket, this was when we lived in the other place, there was a very elderly lady, trying to get out of her car, and there was a junkie on a BMX bike was rolling around the parking lot looking just for her.
Yeah.
And I saw what he was doing, and he saw her, and he rides his bike up, parks it right in front of her car, and she doesn't even see him. She and I stood near her car, and she's trying so hard just to get out of the car, and Mr. Junkie is walking towards her car door, and then he looks at, and I'm behind her, about 12 to 15 feet behind her, standing there at parade rest, and I'm looking right at him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there was 30 other people passing by, and nobody saw him at all. Well, that's situations where you got to step up sometimes,
They just opened a DPS center and everything over over here on the east side and everything, where they're allowing a lot of immigrants and everything coming in, and the whole entire shopping area that's beside it is covered, like 150 to 200, Hispanics in that area just sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah.
And
go around
there's
that,
a
man.
there's a CC's Pizza and everything that a lot of poor people go to because it's cheap and they can feed their family there.
I get that.
And me and my wife went there, and we got out of the car and everything, went in. By the time we went there was probably about 20 people there that was asking for money, asking for cigarettes, asking for whatever. And when I turned them all down, they wanted to fight. They wanted to fight me. And I was like, do whatever you want to. I don't care. If you want to fight right now, let's do it. And it wasn't just me. It was everybody else the exact same way. And they will, like when you're trying to get in the car, like how that older lady was trying to get out. When you're trying to get in the car, there'll be about 6 of them that will come around your car.
Yep.
Yeah. And your car's already opened and everything. And most people just sit there with their door open and one leg in the car talking to these
hell
people.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
hell no. Oh, hell
Yeah.
no. Clunk, click.
And there was a younger woman and everything that was doing the exact same thing. And I told her, I said, you need to get in your car and shut your door and everything. And they were like, they won't do anything. And the other guys started looking at me like, yeah, we won't do anything. I was like, you need to get in your car and shut your door and roll down, and just barely roll down your window and talk to these guys, because there's 6 of them to 1 of you. And she was like, all right, I'll do it. Then as soon as they did that and everything, they started cussing her out and cussing me out.
I've had that. I've went through that. Yeah. I've been through that. You Euros, listen to us. We're teaching you stuff right now. For me, my policy is when somebody's a junkie or anyone who's sketchy starts talking to me, do not converse with them. Do not speak with them. Go on about your business.
Yep.
Now, with us normal people, that's very rude. But you have to remember that these people are on a different plane of existence than you are.
Yep.
They don't think like you do because they're messed up on dope and stuff. Don't converse with them. Just keep on going. How many times have I've had to do that? I did have one meth head when I was getting gas on second shift follow me from the entrance of the store to the gas pump.
Yeah.
And I don't converse with him. I just keep walking. And he followed me towards my car. And I took out my knife and I snapped it open and I let him see it. And I could hear his footsteps stop, and he started screaming at me, F you, F you, F you, you. But there's a knife, dude, and it's in my hand. And it stopped. Yeah. Don't converse with the addicted. Don't. Just keep going on about your business,
There's plenty of times and everything where I had my gun on me, and the first thing comes out of their mouth, oh, you think you're big and bad? Just shoot me right now. I ain't going to shoot you until you do something,
Yeah.
It's like, and they're over here making a scene and everything like they're the victim in the situation, like, oh, you got a gun and everything. Your hand's on a gun. Yeah, they're trying to flip the situation around on you.
They're not on the same plane of existence and mentality that we are.
Yeah.
And being rude to them, it doesn't bother them.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother them. They resorted from human beings, productive people, to animals.
But they'll try to turn the situation around on you, and you pull on your heartstrings and let your guard down. Yeah, and as soon as they let your guard down, that's when they strike.
You got it. One of the later events before we moved, there was a guy on a bicycle. They're out during the day scoping up houses to break into. He rode past my garage door, and I've got my garage even here set up with shelving and barricaded. I'm blocked in, and he's looking to get in. So I stood up with my 45 on my hip, and I stood in my doorway of the garage. It's a small opening, and he stopped his bike and he screamed profanities at me for almost a half an hour. And I stood at parade rest, and I said nothing back to him. And he didn't know how to handle it. Trust me, guys, that method right there works. Don't converse with the addicted. It will get you nowhere.
I've had that done at a red light, where I was in my car at a red light, and dude comes up to the door and everything. I did, he rolled down the window. I was like, "What do you want?" And he sits there and he's just cussing me. "Oh, you won't acknowledge me? You won't even crack your window?" Hell no, because there was a situation at the gas station just right around the corner and everything, where a African American lady went up and talked to an elderly Hispanic woman, and she rolled down her window just enough to put a hand through and asked her for money. The Hispanic lady was going to give her like $5 or whatever, and by the time she was reaching into her purse to get the money, the African American lady had a knife in her hand and put her knife in the window and started stabbing at her. Stabbed her in the hand like 5 times, stabbed her in the shoulder and the arm, and it's like that happens on a daily basis here in America.
That's right.
And like,
that's right.
It doesn't matter where you're at, and who knows what diseases or whatever that woman got from that knife, you know. And you don't let your niceness overrule.
You're right. You're spot on. Don't play by polite rules. You have to just you have to forget who you are when you're dealing with those addicted people. You have to forget your manners. You have to forget everything and realize that this guy or woman is out of their freaking mind, and they can take you down. Because in my situation, when I was dealing with all of them, these people are 40 years younger than me, and they're on speed. You can't give them an opportunity, you know.
There was a guy 2 months ago that got had to be put down by the San Antonio police. He took almost 19 rounds to his chest and everything because he was on a Molotov cocktail mix of like cocaine, heroin, and meth. And these are hollow points that he took to the chest, and he was still going. Like, you don't know what anybody is on. And if somebody my size, I'm 180 pounds. That guy was like 180, 190 pounds. If he could take 19 hollow points to the chest and still live and still come at you, you know, you don't know what's going to happen.
That's with my preparedness. I know I've said this on your show 100 times, Shadow, that forget about the Korean missiles, forget about the invading, blah, 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 blah. You're more likely to get injured or killed in normal street crime than anything else. That's
just exit out and come back in. It'll catch back up.
Bum asked for dollars in Washington, D.C. We said no and kept walking. We got an escalator to Subway. He grabbed my sister, saw a different side come out of her Marine husband.
Surprise. Once you put hands on, that changes everything. That changes everything.
Oh yeah. And you know, and watch out for those window washers. The window washers are the ones that will bust out your windshield, bust out your your side window. Like I've heard countless of people, mostly females, that get caught by these, homeless window washers. There was a woman over on the in Lobo, Texas. What was it? 2 months ago. She let a homeless guy wash her front windshield and her driver's side window. And when that happened, he had a piece of rebar in his hand and busted out her driver's side window and grabbed her and started pulling her out of the car. So, yeah.
Guess what? You're up. You're next. You're next.
We've already got this sort of thing to a certain extent here.
Yeah.
People have got to realise, if they're in a car, they've got to adopt a defensive driving form of driving.
Yeah.
Basic, simple things. Always look for an escape. Doors and windows locked. Don't get too close to the car in front.
That's
drive as if your car's, those basic, simple things will get you out of a lot of situations. Yep. And people just don't do it. People just drive too close up to the car in front. Doors and windows open. They're too easy to get involved in road rage.
Yep.
And they're just completely not mentally prepared for any consequence whatsoever, and it will just escalate these days quickly. It will go from 0 to maximum violence quickly.
Yeah, we had a fire pit in my neighborhood for Halloween, right? And this is the second Halloween we spent here, and they, I showed up with a couple of bundles of wood, and and then I came back in the house and I got 2 of my propane lanterns and I set them up behind us in a semicircle with a big candle also. I lit up the whole area. I did that for a reason. For one, it kind of shows the neighbors that I've got some preparedness stuff, just a little.
Yeah.
And it also lit up the whole area. You're safer in a lighted area than you are in the dark.
Yep.
And we're sitting there enjoying the fire pit and the neighbors and all that, and everyone's having a cocktail or a little bit of drinking. And then one of the ladies looked down the street behind me and my wife, and she said, "That doesn't look right." There was about 4 or 5 older kids trick-or-treating. They're like high school age. And as soon as she said that, I turned to my wife and I just said one word. I said, 9? And she looks at me and she goes, "Chick." We said an entire conversation that fast. Yes, she has her 9mm on her, and she told me to shut my mouth, don't mention it. So I reached in my pocket and I pulled out my nice little knife. Nobody even saw me because I'm still talking to the neighbors, and the people are freaking oblivious. I took out a razor sharp knife, locked the blade, and put it in my hand while I'm still talking to them. She's got a handgun, I've got a knife, and these suspect people are coming up behind us. I noticed that no one else in the neighborhood reacted at all. They didn't do anything.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not bragging, but I'm just telling you that I'm always thinking about this kind of stuff. I do the best I can, especially if my wife's going to be present,
Yeah.
Her 9mm saved her life 3 fucking times coming in and out of work. 3 times, guys. Fuck.
Hey, Vanessa. Good to see you, ma'am.
You got to have realizations to what's happening around you.
You have to.
Spatial awareness.
And we have, my wife and I, when we go overseas, we came up with this way back in 2005, that if one of us feels threatened or feels endangered, slap the other on the shoulder. That means run right now.
Yeah.
Run. We came up with that signal years ago, and those are some kind of stuff you guys could build into your own. Come up with something between you and your wife. Like, all I said was 9. That was the whole conversation right there.
Yeah.
We've
got our little looks and keywords and phrases and just actions as well. picking up things
Bob,
with
that with code words, Bob, we take that next week on Saturday.
Next week? Okay.
there you
I'll
go.
bring
Yep.
it up. I'll bring it next to. Yep. I will.
Because you gave me the idea when I watched that video you uploaded about that with code words. So I came up with the idea. Hey, I make a live stream of it.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, we were that Halloween night was really, really nice. Those were older; they were high school kids with bags looking for candy. But I'm glad that at least one person, one of the neighbors that was facing this direction behind us, one of the women sat up and went, "That doesn't look right." So at least there is someone else who was aware of the circumstances. But
situational awareness is something that nobody, not a lot of people have anymore. That's the problem.
That's a fact. That's why they're called victims.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get people who walk around thinking, A, they're not going to get confronted, and B, they think, in this day and age, they think that they're the center of attention and they can deal with anything that's thrown at them because they haven't been exposed to any previous sort of scenario like that.
Yeah.
And there's nothing. If you've been punched in the face once, then you'll be wary about it happening again.
Yeah,
right.
I think damn near all of us have, and you know what? I remember that kind of sucks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Look at you, Huga. Get off my lawn. There's in this day of age, there's more what if scenarios, and because you don't know the mindsets of individuals anymore, because social media and things like TikTok and stuff like that has given, especially the younger, and not even the younger, but middle-aged class, a different mindset on everything now, that they can do or say or act whatever they want to without repercussions, and that
there are a certain amount of youngsters out there that surprises you.
And, I mean, it's not every single one of them.
Yeah,
I was surprised by the young people next door. Yeah. I'll tell you, there's second star. If you can do it in your area, get one of those fire pit things and sit around with your neighbors shooting the shit and find out who they are.
Oh, I've got like 5 neighbors on my road. We are pretty much I've got 2 dairy farmers. I've got 1 sheep farmer. I've got 2 people. One was a lawyer, and the other one is a ex EMT, and we're all friends and everything. We've already made a community together.
I get it. I'm still developing that because I've only been here for a year. Right. You understand. But the last fire pit we had, when the parents or the older people all went off to bed, I stayed out there in my neighbor's backyard with these 2 20-year-old that are their kids and the different neighbors. And that's when I picked their brain about woke. And they're both university educated. So I was really concerned. Are you people fucking woke? I really need to know. And thank God they're not. Okay. They didn't buy into that whole trans bullshit. They said they were forced to take those classes in university, but they said, no, man, these people are mentally ill. They're sick, and then the young man, he spoke up, and I kind of leaned into preparedness just a little bit. And the young man says, I sleep with a Glock 17. And I pointed my finger at him. I go, you're the guy I'm looking for. Right there.
Right.
His parents at the Halloween fire pit, after most of the neighbors filtered away, mentioned what they mentioned, Mount Rainier blowing off and tsunami, because those are a genuine threat.
Yeah.
And how they have already developed a plan to escape the lowland and get up in higher elevation. They shared their plan with me, and I went,
yeah,
that's the parents of this kid who sleeps with a Glock 17.
mm-hmm.
I'm like, you're the guys I think I can trust, or at least I've got a chance with. The rest of them are kind of like, oh, look, there's dandelions in my grass.
Yeah, like, no, our community and everything, we have what's called a community box, and like, I've got chickens and everything. Like, we all put what's called community coupons in it, and
okay,
it's kind of like an even trade system. You if you come and get a dozen egg coupon or whatever, bring it over to my place, I'll load you up with a dozen eggs for free. Same thing with the dairy farmers. If you need milk, you go and get a gallon of milk, and go
right
over there,
on.
redeem it.
They're
Yeah,
tight. You guys are tight. Yeah.
yeah,
Good. That's what
yeah,
I'm
'cause
trying to build here.
yeah, but it's hard, and it's hard with people that don't really have any of the prepper stuff, like the EMT and everything. He said, the only thing he can do is teach us, basic medical, stuff and everything. He said, but if anything really happens, if somebody's having a heart attack, he's got his number on speed, for us to have his number on speed dial, and he'll come over here and take care of us with his doctor in a bag.
Good. Yeah, they know that my wife's in medical. They know.
Yeah.
And when I was sitting there with the two young people, I found out the guys right next to us, her dad is a hunter and he's got firearms, but he keeps them locked up. The neighbors next to them is the guy who's with the Glock 17, and so it's like I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but there's another genuine threat in the Seattle area here is civil unrest, and elections are coming up. So I'm going to have to just kind of throw that pebble in the pond and see what comes back next time we get together,
Attitude is a big key factor, and being part of a community, and it's dropping these, like you say, dropping these little conversations off to your neighbors and stuff to establish what side of the fence they're on. And, one of the key things you can establish about someone these days is who they vote for. Or that establishes a huge mindset difference.
I already know that. My neighbors, I mentioned, the pedophile craps his pants, and they're like, "Oh God, that fucking guy," they ain't going that direction. But I did have some comfort. The young lady, the daughter, when I was telling her that my wife and I practice harness and stick and knife and target and stuff like that, she says, good, I've got another direction I can run if I need help. I said, yeah, honey, all you got to do is come over that fence, and I'm not going to let nobody get near you. I told that to another neighbor across the street, the neighbor lady. I brought some pruning tools because she was pruning her tree, and I said, do you need to borrow some tools? And we got into a very brief conversation, and I said to her, if you see my garage door open, that means I'm in there, and I'm an armed civilian, and I'm also a veteran. If you need something, run across the street. I didn't go John Wayne and say, I will, I just sent that to her. And from then on, she smiles at me every time she sees me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, like, I live on 7 acres. I live in the middle of 7 acres. both of my neighbors, the one that has the land, has the goats, and the other one that's the dairy farmer, they both are sitting on almost 30, 40 plus acres each. So
Right
like
on. Mm-hmm.
we're not within like walking distance of each other, so we talk to each other and everything, but if anything happens or whatever, all they need to do is just call one of us. But it's like, what happens if if we don't have
Mutual
cell
support.
phones? Yeah.
Yep. Mutual support.
And
Mm-hmm.
so now we've kind of came together, and we all have like the Bluetooth security systems on each one of our power poles that's out.
Right on.
And so we can see, and we have it like at each one of our driveways. So we know if a car's coming in, when it came in, and everything.
Perfect.
And we can let each other know. And that's really helped a lot. Like, we had a situation where there was a guy that was just walking on the streets and everything, and our street is just a one way, it's a dead end. And it's like, why is he down here?
Yep.
And
same with mine.
Yeah.
Yep.
And come to find out and everything that we didn't catch it on camera or anything, but my other neighbor, Dale, the one that has the goat farm and everything, the dude fed some poison to one of his goats and killed it.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. And it was only one, because by the time he was feeding the goat and everything, because those goats are, like dogs, they'll just come up to you. Mm-hmm. And by the time Dale got to the end of the driveway and everything, he didn't know. He was just like, "Oh, I'm just admiring your animals and everything." He's like, "Well, you need to get the fuck off the property and everything. You need to get out of here. We don't know you. We don't want you around here." And he should have called the cops and everything, but he was like, "I just didn't think to do that." Mm-hmm. And 2 days later, the goat died, and it was like,
good God.
Yeah.
Fucking animals, man.
Yeah.
I had a situation with my cameras like last week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at my cameras right now. Yeah. And I saw, we're on a dead end also, and I saw a pickup truck that doesn't belong here.
Mm-hmm.
Past midnight, because he knows that everyone's asleep except for me. Yeah. And he stopped across the street and went, he doesn't belong here. And so I opened up my garage door, and the guy, there's two, I think it was a male and a female in that pickup.
Yeah.
The guy gets out of the pickup, and about that time, my garage door is coming open, because I stood in the garage door, eyes on. He was going to go away. He was getting out of the cab, and as soon as he saw me open my garage door and he had eyes on, he opened up the hood of his truck, and he's checking the oil, and he tries to open the radiator cap and burned his hand. And I just stood there like, I know what you're doing, dude. You and your woman are looking to grab and dash. I know exactly what you're doing. Yeah. So of course he checked his oil, and he had enough, and then he left. Like, right. Yeah, right, dude. I know what you're doing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Just I've got to leave for now, so I'll catch up with you folks in a while.
All right, brother. You take care.
Catch you later, Second Star. See you later, Bob.
Later,
PB.
Shadow, cheers for that, and I'll catch you in a bit.
Take care. Yeah.
All right.
See you later,
folks.
Buddy.
Shadow. Once again, I'm disappointed in you. There's no beautiful Filipino girls come up on your live today. What the hell? I'm disappointed in you. CR is still here, and he hasn't been fired yet. He hasn't been fired yet.
He hasn't even came up here. I'm surprised in that.
I know. What the hell's with that guy? You gotta watch them Canadians, man. Watch them.
Hey.
Watch them Canadians.
They're like polar bears. But yeah, you can't. I mean, you can't.
It's good to have you. It's good to have you here, Second Star. You're another American, and I hope the people are listening. Just some of our experiences that we've been living with for a long time.
I've always got the thing though, like people from other countries is like our country will never be like that. Like,
guess what?
Yeah, but I lived through that same thing with all the older preppers and everything that, like, my grandfather's, friends and everything saying that, oh, our country will never fall. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of like
it's the wrong way to think, totally wrong way.
You're right, Shadow.
For one reason, first of all, every huge society or country will collapse sooner or later. And for one reason, the more people a country get, the more food you need to produce, right, to sustain the whole population. But when the more you push in more and more people into a country, the food production can't keep up, so it will crack in the foundation, and sooner or later it will collapse. That was happened to the Mayas, Incas, because the more complex a society are, the more vulnerable is it to be collapsed. Sooner or later, U.S. will collapse one day. My country will collapse one day. But when? Can it be in 2 months, next 6 months, or will it take 50 years before my country collapses? Nobody knows.
Yeah.
I
once your population goes hungry, it's over. Once a population goes hungry, it's over. Period.
Yeah, it's over.
I had a 20-year like prep set up and everything, and to get my whole entire compound and everything up to peak performance and everything. And not just COVID was like the push of the iceberg, how everybody started acting and everything, how everybody became stupid, like everybody rushing to grocery stores to stockpile on toilet paper and leaving the food shelves full, and it's like, this is how the world is going to be in a true SHTF situation. They're not going to go for the things to keep you alive. They're going to go for comforts. They're going to go for clothing, electronics, all this stuff in the first of the downfall, and there's going to be a handful to go out and grab food and everything what they need, and it's mostly probably probably mostly the people that are poor that didn't have food already. Those are the ones that's going to go and get food.
I noticed that here.
Yeah, and the rest, the people that have money to buy food and all this stuff, they're going to go for everything else. Like what happened with the riots and everything. What did they do? They didn't go raiding grocery stores and all this stuff. No, they went and raided TV and game stores and all this other stuff.
Pharmacies.
And,
medicines will be very crucial and important.
That was my wife's department, and we're pretty good on that. Yeah. Medical and first aid, that's my wife's department, and we're sitting pretty well with that stuff.
Yeah, I have to go to Mexico to get my insulin and everything because I'm a type 1 diabetic. So I need insulin or I'm going to die. I'm not going to survive the apocalypse, or SHTF or whatever you want to call it. And I have to go to Mexico and buy a 2-year supply and everything. And I pay like $220 for all that. And then
I'm the same situation.
Yeah. And now I found out that Walmart sells insulin bottles, for $25 a bottle now. So, but
Right on.
the stipulation is you can only buy 5 bottles a week. Like
Okay.
if you can go daily and buy 1 bottle. You can go buy 1 bottle a day because they don't write your name down. They don't do anything.
I see.
Yeah. But if you go and try to stockpile, then they'll get your name.
Mm-hmm.
So you can beat the system going every day and spending $25 for a bottle of insulin and take it back. And it's like, so that's how you can break the system. Just go and buy 1 bottle at a time, and they don't have to do anything. They don't keep a track of you or whatever. But if you have a prescription, they only give you enough for that prescription. And it's like,
Right.
why?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that's my one main worry. So now I had to go and get a complete just refrigerator just for my insulin stockpiles.
That's
Good
smart.
evening, Hendo.
Very smart.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Hey, Endo. And
That reminds me to take my morning meds here.
Yeah, it's and
Thank you for
that's the
the
one thing
update, Hendo.
I tell people to, if you can find, you need to find a way to, because everybody, nobody here can tell me that you're 100% perfect health. Every
No.
one of us is taking some kind of medicine or whatever. And if you need that, you need to find a way to break the system to be able to stockpile it without that prescription, hold back. And if you got to go to another country to do it, do it. Take a vacation there,
Mm-hmm.
because I go there, I go across the border and I get 2 years worth of insulin for $200 and everything. When I come back, I don't have a problem showing them my receipt and my prescription, and because I go to a Mexican doctor for $20, they write me a prescription for it, and I go and fill up and bring it back over here. And if I have all the right paperwork and everything, the Border Patrol doesn't have a problem with me. So
I've done that in the Philippines too.
yeah.
It's very well. I got sick last time we went to the Philippines. My British relatives who came over got me sick, and it was so smooth over there. It's all in cash if you want, because But my brother-in-law put me in the car with my wife. My wife went into the doctor's office with me, and dude, all you got to do is sit in a lineup, and in about 20 minutes, I'm in the office with this hot little Filipina doctor. Holy fuck! And I walk in there with my wife and, "Morning, doc, how's your English today?" And she just sat up straight and smiled like, "Ooh, honey, if I wasn't so married." But anyway, in 15 minutes after that, because she can tell that they're both professionals talking to each other in their own language, wrote out a script, went right next door, they filled the script, and we're done. Dude, the whole thing took less than an hour. But here, oh man, got to go sit in the waiting room for 2 hours, and it was
go wait in the doctor, in the room for another 2 hours, then have them send your prescriptions off to wherever, then wait for them to fill it up.
And all of this took just a matter of minutes, and it cost less than $40 for the prescription, the doctor's visit, all that right there, $40. I'm done. And
that was the same thing over in Mexico.
I was trying to ignore the fact that I was sick, but I was laying in bed, and my wife put her ear against my chest and hearing me wheeze and stuff. She goes, "You're going to the doc right now." I don't want to. Shut up and get in the car. How men are. We're just big babies, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hurting all over. I don't want to go.
You should
Hell yeah, Handel. Oh my God.
watch out for one thing. If you ask a person in the hospital, "Are you a doctor?" and the person answers, "I am today," you should get worried.
Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Well, I am today. You know? Yesterday I was a pig farmer. I'm a doctor today.
Hey, pretty much the way colleges and everything are working anymore, you get your online degree on a laptop sitting at home, no real world experience or anything. Like it when I went for cultural anthropology and everything, I got my master's in cultural anthropology, and it's like I had to be there every day. We had to do so many scenarios, so many, learn everything. We had to be field trained almost every day. And now you can just go and get whatever degree you want on a laptop, sitting in your underwear in your living room.
That's scary.
Yeah. Like I got my PhD, in dental and everything, drinking coffee at Starbucks. Yeah. It's like, that's what I want. That's what I want in my group in SHTF is one of them.
Hey, you're a dentist, right? Yeah, I saw it on YouTube once.
Pretty much. Oh God, just imagine the stuff that's going to happen in SHTF with everybody. Yeah, I'm a surgeon. I can take care of you. I saw plenty of YouTube videos.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, how many people is going to die when, like in the gangs and everything? They're like, hold on, let me look it up on YouTube and everything. We'll do it right here.
Oh God, let's hope not. Let's hope not.
Yeah.
I was quite surprised when I wanted my wife to put together a trauma medical kit, and it was so simple. It was so simple, and it's in a Tupperware, so it won't get wet. It's in the house, and so I was looking through it, and there's Band-Aids and a few things, and I said, "Is this it, hon?" She goes, "Yeah, that'll take care of gunshot wounds. That'll take care of knife wounds, anything."
Yeah.
And she says, and I said, well, let's go on Amazon. And started looking at different things on Amazon. They got these huge kits of all the stuff. And she goes, no, you don't need that. You don't need that for any kind of trauma. She said, all you need is gauze, sanitary gauze squares, and tape, and some surgical tubing to slow the blood flow down a little bit, or to hold the bandage in place. I said, seriously? She goes, yeah, that's all you need. Plug the wound, throw them in the car, and get them to a hospital. The longer you sit there fumbling around in this $500 kit of tools, that's worse for the person who's got an injury. She said, just plug the wound, tape it in place, get them in the car.
Yeah, they don't even do anything for a broken finger or anything anymore because it costs too much for a finger splint. Like, they don't even put a finger splint on you if you break a finger or anything. I mean, look.
That's why this
my boxer fracture.
I broke this finger on the job years ago, and I had it splinted until it healed, and then I had to go to hand physical therapy so I could do that. Man, that sucker froze in place,
Yeah, that's what happened with me, even with the physical therapy. Like, my boxer fracture, I can't raise it because it's built these I don't know if you see it, like knots in the tendons. They were like, that's a 50-50 chance that it could do that.
Light of God in darkness, good to see you, ma'am.
I was hoping that was a Filipina. Is she a Filipina?
No, she's from Africa.
No.
Africa? Is it a lady?
Yep. Yep, she is a lady.
Right on.
Her channel is great, by the way.
Nice.
Let me take a look at her channel. Mm-hmm.
Please do. I recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like nowadays, most medical procedures and everything aren't as, it isn't as high tech as what we thought it was needed to be. Even when I did a crow's foot fracture on my tibia and everything, they were like, there's no way that can heal properly and let you walk. We're gonna have to do a reconstructive, like, supportive bar on the inside of your tibia to make you walk again. I was like, lovely. And all they did was screw in a metal plate into my leg, and that was it.
Yep.
I mean,
watching some of the Light of God and Darkness videos here.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has an awesome channel.
I like your channel. I'm going to subscribe.
She's really nice.
Yeah, I'm watching one of her videos where she's out in a remote area in somewhere in Africa, Somalia or okay, right? I don't know how to pronounce it, but those are the people that I would really like to learn some bushcraft from, because when we go into the mountains in the Philippines where they don't have cell phone service, and you see ox carts pulling wagons full of potatoes and stuff, those are the people who can take a machete and build you a house. No joke. They can make all the lashings, they can make a floor and the walls and all that with just a machete and a small knife. It's like,
oh yeah.
I'm hoping that when I retire there, maybe there's some way I could get up there for like a couple of weeks and really learn those. Here, if it doesn't come in an Amazon box, we don't get it. Those people don't have Amazon. They
or an IKEA box.
Yeah, mm-hmm. They make it. Yeah. You're in Kenya.
You know what's funny? When, people from first world countries or whatever you want to call us, like America and Europe and stuff like that, when we go to other countries and we try to learn their traditional ways, like how they live everyday lives, they look at us like we're stupid, like,
yeah, and I
don't
can't
know
blame
how
them.
to do this.
I can't blame them. There's a good channel out there called the Filipina P.
Mm-hmm.
And one day she went up into the mountains and interviewed a family that lives there.
Yeah.
In a little nipa hut. There
Mm-hmm.
was mom, dad, and 2 kids. So there's 4 of them. Yeah. And that's how my wife grew up in her early days, was like that. Yeah. And it was so simple that one room was for bed and sitting, and with a bamboo floor and all that. The other room was for cooking, and her kitchen was like a pot and 4 spoons.
Yeah. That's all you really need to cook.
And you know what? Yeah, that's all you really need. And her husband had gathered some rocks together so they could build a fire, and cemented the rocks together so she could
put it on there.
I was like, yeah. And I can see why they would look at us as idiots. You people really are that helpless? Are you really? Yeah. Well, in many ways we are.
We need a what is a thermal inductive stove. We need, gas stoves. We need, a gas fireplace and 5 or 6 wall ACs on top of our, HVAC system. And we've been spoiled.
That's for sure.
We don't know how it is to truly live anymore. we need technology to just do everyday stuff anymore.
Well, that paint can cook stove that came from my wife. That's what she grew up cooking on. A paint can with some holes cut in it, build a fire. And I came up with the idea of welding together some old bed frames for a stand so we can sit down and cook.
Yeah.
But that thing works like a miracle, man. I mean, it's nothing. It's nothing, you know.
And it's easily replaceable if anything happens to it.
Yeah. So what? You know, even at the old house, I left it outside. You want to steal that? Do you really want to steal that? You know,
have it. You know, and we call what, you know, most survivalists and everything call it a hobo stove now, and trying to give it a new name and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Trying to glorify it. And it's like, people's been doing this for years.
1,000 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
CR, he made a comment there. It says dishwasher. CR, you know what my dishwasher is? That's called my wife.
Yeah. I don't have a dishwasher. But yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as nobody knows how to hand wash clothes anymore and hang them to dry. Nobody.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, the older generation, yes, but I'm talking about hardly anybody in my generation knows how to do it. And
I do it sometimes, actually.
See? Yeah. It kind of stopped at like the 70s and the 80s generation kids that were raised.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing as, you know.
Well, we don't buy anything on credit. So when our dryer crapped out, I ordered some of this cotton cordage here, and you know, I set up my own clothesline in the backyard.
Yeah.
And my neighbors saw me doing that, and you know, well, that's clever. So didn't you grow up seeing this when you were a kid?
Right. Yeah.
Well, how long will and I use that all summer because we will not buy anything on credit. We won't. And a little while ago, near the end of the summer, I said to Mrs. She handles the money. I said, "Well, we need to go get a dryer as soon as possible." So, but a lot of people, like some of my neighbors, forgot all about a clothesline. What the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell?
We're losing old knowledge because you know, like my grandparents, they're not around anymore. That knowledge is gone. And it's like, and my dad didn't have us using that because he worked first, second, and third shift, and he always supported, got what we needed, you know? So it was, he was like, I'm never going to go back to that way of life ever again. When I lived with my grandparents and everything, they didn't have running water into their house or anything until I was 15 years old. And we had an outhouse. I used corn cobs as toilet paper. Yeah.
That was my parents' generation. Yep.
Yeah. And, you know, try to make any of the younger generations now go out in the dead of winter and everything and use an outhouse, you know, like they're going to laugh at you. They won't ever do that. But, and, you know, like a wash pan, you know, for your clothes, a scrub pan.
Yeah. I've seen that done many, many, many times overseas, but you don't see it done here at all. Nothing. None.
Yeah. I mean, even in the Appalachian Mountains and everything where I lived, where they were supposed to be, you know, traditional homesteaders and all this stuff, you never saw anybody using a wash pan out there. You know, they had a washer probably from the 1950s, one of those old tub washers, and with the roller, you'd feed the clothes through, and it would roll between two hardened like rolling pins and squeeze out all the water. Then you hang it up on the line.
My grandmother had one of those.
Yeah.
I'm going to post a video here in the chat from the Filipina P. And when she's up in the mountains with that family, the title of the video is like living on $15 per week, a life in the clouds. I'll post that up in the chat here, Shadow.
Yeah, please do.
That's the kind of stuff I want to learn. I'm hoping I can do that when we finally move overseas there, you know. But it's a political climate over there that's not real stable sometimes, because they're mountain people and they're very untrustworthy of foreigners. So
yeah, I can understand that.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna get a coffee.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we don't even do bartering anymore. You know, like bartering system.
No, we lost that system since we get the money, the physical money.
It's like, how do you know what something is worth when there is no money? How do you know, like how much?
Hey, CR.
What is a chicken worth? Like in SHTF, what can you barter with a chicken? Because a chicken can do two things, you know. It can lay eggs, and it can, you know, if you kill it, you got meat. But what's up, CR?
Exactly.
Oh,
what's up, guys?
Up here. Oh, okay.
We're doing good here.
Remember, you can also make a fan if you have to. I'm just saying. Use every part.
Just saying.
just saying.
See, I had to start talking about food.
The worth of a chicken, I would say the worth would be if it's a good chicken that lay good eggs, a good amount of eggs.
Yeah.
And you can eat it later. Well, it would be worth the double.
But also
maybe the triple.
Yeah.
It depends on.
It's like a cow. The cow is the same way, or a goat, or, you know, but it's like those things can be good as long as you have the male counterpart with it. Then you can continuously use it, you know. But oh yeah, I've processed plenty of chickens. Boil them in water to pluck out the feathers. Yeah.
I can't say I have.
It's a wonderful process. It's a wonderful process, Shadow. But like, if there's, you know, if anybody's in chat or anything that comes from an area that you've bartered, let us know. You know, if you're from another country that do bartering, let us know. What would a value of a chicken be in your country? What would the value of a pig be in your country?
Well, I can't believe in Kenya, where light of God and darkness come from. I would believe a chicken and a pig would be worth a lot because it's so important.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it just depends. You know, like
a pig or a pig and chickens would be gold worth for those poor people in Kenya. So
I know some African tribes and everything that actually have like dairy cattle are worth more than gold to them. You know, like having a cow that produces milk and everything, and after it stops producing, then you have meat for your whole entire tribe. Like, yeah. cow is worth a lot in Africa. Yeah, it's worth more than gold.
Yeah, well,
I'm
when
going for a short bathroom break. I will be back in a minute.
when I bought
right,
my
30 seconds.
when I bought my wife, I bought her for 2 cans of Spam, a pack of cigarettes, and a dozen eggs.
Oh shit!
I'm taking notes, Bob. I'm taking notes. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, everyone.
They didn't barter
I
with
better
you at
not-
all,
I
like
better
at
not
least a
fire you.
carton.
No, just a pack of Marlboro, dozen eggs, and a can of Spam. No, I'm joking, of course.
I know.
Boy, if she heard me say that, man, I'd get that one raised eyebrow, Mister.
Right. Well, like my grandfather, they were full-blooded Cherokee and everything, and like they had me. They had me almost married off when I was born and everything until they found out that I was a mutt. And
Oh, well, okay.
But
Okay.
yeah, because my dad married a white woman, and yeah, so and yeah, like my grandfather and grandmother and everything was gonna get 3 cows, 1 bull, and 2 pigs to marry me off to their daughter.
Oh
Like,
boy. Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, Hendo.
in the reservation, they still hold to the marriage, like the female's family and everything pays the the male side of the family. So
Yeah.
they still hold up to that tradition in the true part of the reservation.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Hendo. I might, if I'm lucky, I'm on the couch if my wife hears me say that.
Right?
Yeah,
You have guard
or
duty
kick
on the
your
porch
butt.
today.
She kick your butt and pepper spray you.
Yeah, hit me with a stick. But the worst of it all is when she goes silent. Gives me the silent treatment. That's the worst.
Yeah, I hate that.
That's the worst. That's the worst. Yeah.
Yeah. In
And
that
she gives
case,
you that
you have
side
no
eye.
idea what she's up to.
It's like
Yeah.
the Filipinos call that tampo. When she goes
Oh.
tampo, and she quits cooking for me. That's oh my God, I would die.
I'm starving here.
You're not yourself without food, Bob.
What's that?
I said you're not yourself without food.
That's a fact. That's a fact. In fact, she did it to me again today. No breakfast.
No,
No breakfast. Yeah. I don't care if you start work at 4 a.m. or not. You better make me some grub, Mrs.
CR is always hungry. That's a thing for CR.
Oh, sorry, I'm eating.
Well, CR burns probably 11,000 calories a day, so.
Right.
Per hour.
Per hour. Yeah.
Now we know. That's why he's so skinny. Oh,
I can handle a whole lot of stuff, but that silent treatment, man, that kills me.
Yeah. And that's a thing. That's a thing that nobody really talks about, like just being silent, like especially when somebody else is in the house. Like that kills you. When you can hear a pin drop.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Well, don't be all silent now.
Yeah. Well, we need you to talk, CR. We need to hear you, sir.
I'm just listening.
No. You don't come up here just to listen, sir.
No, because there was ads running. It was starting to bug me a little. So I came on so I would have real-time interaction. I'm like, oh, hold on, there's an ad. I gotta rewind. Can you slow down? You guys are talking fast.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to have to get off here. I got to go to work in an hour or so.
Okay, no problem.
Take care, man.
It was
right.
great talking with y'all again.
Yep.
Yay.
And I'll be in chat listening to y'all. Y'all take care, brothers.
Later.
Yeah,
Peace
you
out.
take care.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Take care, y'all.
Oh boy,
I guess I'm on the bottom.
you're
Yeah.
something. You're
I'm holding you
somewhere.
guys up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Must be.
I'm probably after a little while I have to go
Hey,
fairly soon. Yeah,
GGNA. Good
get
to see
ready.
you.
Get ready for my date night with my wife. Yeah.
At the moment, we have a nice little shed up here.
Mm-hmm.
So we are doing good.
Yeah. Please do watch that video that I put in the side chat. If you got even any extra cash or whatever, she's awesome. She takes the proceeds of a lot of her donations on her channel, and she helps out families like the one that she's featuring today. That's living on $15 per week, a life in the clouds. And I would love to be able to stay up in those mountains for a few weeks and video their daily stuff, how they survive with nothing more than a machete, you know.
Yeah, you can do a lot with a machete.
Mm-hmm.
I watched on Discovery when we had the channel. There was a tribe. They used. They made their own parangs. So
Mm-hmm.
and they built their own house with the machete.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
that was really fascinating to see how they managed with one big machete. They built a whole house.
That's right. Yeah. And
Oh, anything's possible with a
it is.
tool and with some effort.
That's why, if you guys are not aware of, but that's why U.S. Special Forces and Marines and all those guys go to Panama to learn jungle survival. They also go to the Philippines and learn jungle survival. They go with the local forces, and their locals take them up into the mountains, and this is how you build a shelter. They got to start with these guys from ground up.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, literally.
Mm-hmm. Same with our flight crews. Our pilots learn in Panama and in the Philippines from the locals.
Mm-hmm.
British SAS, they
Mm-hmm.
learned the jungle survival in Guinea.
Yeah.
I believe
The French go to
remember it correct.
French Guyana in South America.
Yeah.
The French Guyana.
Yeah. French Guyana. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. They have a Legionnaires post there, and that's where the Legionnaires learn their jungle survival. And I'm sure that's the same place they send their pilots and special forces too. And it all went silent.
Well, I was actually listening. I'm listening more this time around. I'm listening more to you guys. I've been listening this whole time.
He's just being cautious. He doesn't want to get fired again.
That too. That too. If I don't say anything, you can't fire me, Rick.
I might come up with a reason. You never know.
I was trying. I made it was part of the plan. It's part. I was sticking to the plan this time. I'm like,
okay.
Right. But yes, I was trying to be proactive here before Bob fires me. But yes, I think coming back full circle again to the start of the stream, right? I think and like what you said, Bob, it's like things are more likely to happen in a given day to day. Always making sure that's kind of on the back of your mind.
Yeah.
And just keep expanding those days.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, more likely to have any harm or death in your house from normal street crime than from anything else.
Well, I mean,
if
life is a story, sometimes in the story, not everyone makes it to the next chapter, let alone the next book.
That's true. So, that is a fact. Yeah.
Right. I do believe we're in this rising action of things more and more. As every year goes by, as the next chapter goes by, right? And all this means is that, you made it to the next chapter. Yep. Welcome to the next chapter, everyone. All right.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna type something in the private chat for you guys. That I don't want to share it out with the public, but the topic is kind of stress and anxiety and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But here's what happened in my wife's family. Right there in the private chat. Yeah, that's what happened with her family.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She the others were able to cope, but she was not able to. And yeah, she
couldn't handle the stress or
nope.
That's really sucks. That is what we said earlier. What PV said is the person you think can handle it can't handle it.
Yeah.
When it comes to that point. So
well, like
because
I said,
we are different, we handle things differently, we handle crisis differently. Yeah. You, Bob, handle a crisis and disaster better on a certain way than compared to me. And when CR handle it or react on a total different way than you and I do. So
yeah, because we're all characters of this book, right? We all have different characteristics and such, right? So we'll behave differently.
Even when I was in the Air Force during peacetime, we had a lot of suicides. A lot. Because the stresses of fixing the airplanes fast and accurately, it puts a lot of weight on your shoulders, and plus you're away from your family. A lot of these are young guys, the first time away from home, and they're thrust into a situation where and there was really no relief. It doesn't matter how you feel or if you're sick or not, you're going to go work on the airplanes because there's so few people. We had some people self-terminate because of the stressors, and that was without combat.
Yeah, I think we'll just say it like that. Sounds better.
Yeah.
Or less worse. Less worse.
When I volunteered in the Air Force here in Sweden, I heard that there were a guy. He was in the Air Force, and one day he just disappeared, and his comrades wondered where the heck he were going, and they tried to find him. So they looked for him all over the base, and they went to one of the hangars, and they got a shock.
Yeah.
What he did they found him dead. So what he had done, he had jumped into one of the planes and activated the catapult seat, shot himself straight up to the roof, and they had to scrape him from the floor and the roof.
Yeah, that happened in my Air Force too. That, that was self-termination, and guy did that too. It wasn't on my base, but it happened more than once, actually.
So I can imagine the trauma for his comrades.
Yeah. Yeah,
they never forget that.
One of my buddies in the engine shop, he slashed his wrists, and we saved him. The guys in the barracks, somebody found him, and we wrapped up his arms, and we run him to the hospital. They sewed him up, and it was quite upsetting.
Sometimes it comes back to morale, right? It's hard to keep your own morale up, but hopefully helping someone else's morale might help your morale.
That's why if things kick off and get really, it's very important to have hot food and try to get enough rest as much as you can, especially hot food. That's very important. Very, very, very important. Good tasting hot food.
Or as some people would say, a nice hot brew, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's just tea.
Oh.
But yeah, like I said, in a really long-term situation, right? It's gonna be morale overall with people. If people can keep on going, they'll keep on going.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes people underestimate the power of willpower, right? And gear is important, food's important, water is important. Don't get me wrong, all that stuff, but you have to willness to keep going, right? Or to do the things to keep going, stuff like that, right? So, yeah.
The closest we came to really disastrous here in this area was 2020 during the George Floyd riots, and I had a shotgun with me everywhere I went in the house, and it worked out pretty well because my wife and daughter were doing the cooking while I had the garage door open behind the car, and I was sitting there. I was a lookout. And then it got more complicated because power was shut off for 3 days. So yeah, things got real complicated and my wife still had to go to work no matter what's going on. Same with my son. And I was there with my daughter and I alone without power. And, how it mentally affected me and my daughter was, as long as I had food, I'm okay. I've done guard duty in the military, so I'm okay. But my daughter, it did affect her, and she spent a lot of time on her phone texting her friends back and forth. And she came down to get a drink of water from the kitchen, like, every hour. I know she just wanted to go and put eyes on me and make sure that she's not alone, And that's how and I could tell by the look in her eyes that she'd just be standing there drinking, and her eyes are kind of darting around. She's a teenager back then, and it affected her because the fires were raging all over the place, and that even though the power was cut, more fires were lit all around our area, and
worst case scenario almost.
It was bad. It was bad news. And when what I did for her was when her phone needed to be recharged, I'd go out and start the car, and she'd plug into the car and recharge her phone in the car. I pulled up a lawn chair and I sat right in front of the car with a sidearm on, and I sat there until she was done charging, so that she knew that she was not alone. So I didn't want her to sit out in a running vehicle alone. There was no panic attacks or anything, but I could tell by her behavior that she was visibly upset.
I can understand that. A teenager are not used to that kind of situations because they don't have that mindset yet.
They don't.
And they don't have the experience as an adult has.
Yep.
So, of course, she was upset.
Yeah. But the most I could really do was reassure her, that you're fine, you're safe. I'm not going anywhere. I didn't have to leave the house because we had everything we needed in the building, and that was the most I could do to make sure that she knew that you're not alone. I think it was on the second day of power outage. I got my shotgun and I had it sitting next to me 24 hours a day. And one of the times she came down to get a drink of water, I said, I got my shotgun right here, Joel. You're okay. You're cool.
Yeah, some reassurance.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, morale is an important thing. Morale is an important thing, right?
It is. It can break your spirit, break your mind.
It's a very important thing. It's like that drive.
And what I did when the power was still on, I would go to Washington State Department of Transportation webcams. They film all the highways around, and I would check the different routes that my wife and my son would take coming home from work. And I'd send her a text, these highways are clear. And she would relay that information to my son, because they're on the job. They don't have time to sit there and watch webcams, and then they would spread the word of mouth among the other medical staff that these highways are okay. Don't take I-5 because it's brought to a stop. And that's when the radicals were blocking off the freeways.
Yeah, Hindu.
Yeah, it takes some experience for them to get toughened up, but
yeah, and a teenager don't have time to get that experience.
Or they have to have it firsthand.
Yeah,
to really experience it. That's the difference between as you're growing up, right?
Yeah.
So
you gain experience through life too, right? Not just book smarts, but street smarts too, right?
The best way, I think, is to keep them activated with something to put their mind off the situation, like a game or
that's good.
Whatever. So something to improve the situation, right? Like to improve your stance,
or make something like something useful, like sewing things, or make something else.
I think what that reminds you of. I think that's what happened in 2020 a lot. You start to see that, right? People's kind of resilience, right? The musical thing, you saw the people sewing a lot more, which is anyway, but just projects and doing stuff and keeping busy, right? Like in spite of what's going on, right?
What I did for my own mental health was when the power went off, because there's no more YouTube, there's no more music,
cabin fever.
Yeah, kind of, but I couldn't leave the house, and I would not leave her there at the house alone.
Well, then it must be like cabin fever.
I got a propane lantern. I set it on the kitchen table and all the supplies out of my shop, and I sat there and tied up fire starters, one after another, filled up a box of them, and That's what I did for my own mental health, because I need to keep my hands busy. Reading the book is okay, but keeping my hands busy, that's more important for me.
Yeah, improving your stance.
That too.
Yeah, stuff like that, in spite of what's going on. Right. Keep, got to do something.
The thing that I thought was unusual or a little surprising to me was that there was only 2 of us in that rental complex that were standing guard. It was myself and another veteran down the road. Only 2 of us had the thought to even go outside and look once in a while. That to me was like, really? Only 2 of us? That's it? That's all? Nobody else would even go sit on their front porch or their side porch. Nobody did it.
Well, spatial awareness is important too, right? Being aware of your surroundings.
But it was only 2 of us.
Yeah.
Out of hundreds of people. Only 2. What the heck, man?
Hendo says, sadly, too many younger generations don't have practical skills, spend way too much on social media and gaming.
I agree.
Yeah, many teens and kids these days, they are so fixed with their cell phones and gaming and social media. They don't know other ways to communicate with other people.
Yeah.
And when that grid goes down and they can't recharge the phone anymore and can't text their buddies or be on social media or play some games, some the video games, that would be really disastrous because they are so addicted to their social media and the phones.
Yep.
And the friends they have on their phones and social media, Twitter, Facebook, or whatever.
That's a fact.
Platform they are on. So,
I mean, enjoy doing it, but also remember the real world too, right? Enjoy the Second Life, the virtual world, all that stuff, right? But always remember the real world too.
That's what my daughter did when all that stuff was going on. She was up in her room talking to her friends on the phone. That helped her out. God, that was a long week. I think it was over a week, maybe 10 days of all that stuff. That was not fun. And I'll say it again, I have not forgot any of it. It was just really stressful, but there were so many other people around my area who didn't even notice.
Yeah.
They didn't even notice. Oh, just a dry brush fire. Oh, well, okay.
Yeah. Even though it's not that hot out, there was no lightning. Okay.
You're right. Yeah, and there was no power, so there's no electrical coming down starting the fire. Probably somebody just threw out a cigarette. Right?
Again.
I talked to my neighbors about it. How do you think that got started? I don't know. Another one said somebody probably just threw a cigarette.
Again.
And
Again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Again and again and again. You see the highway, there's fires all the way down the highway. How many cigarettes you think they threw out?
A lot of cigarettes in that case.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I don't think a person smoked that much to start that many fires.
Nope. No. There was a case when the power came back on that was not far from our house. There was one of the Antifa guys was alongside of a highway, and he had a lighter, and he's lighting the dry grass on fire. The local police found him, picked him up, took him in for questioning, and they couldn't press any charges because they didn't have any eyewitnesses, but they did find a lighter on him, and there he's standing there where they just lit a fire along the highway. So they couldn't hold him. So they had to let him go. And he went half a block away from the police station and robbed a mom and pop grocery store. And then they could finally go pick him up and lock him up. That's how the laws are here.
Boy.
That's how the laws are here. You have to, either the officer has to witness them doing it, or get an eyewitness. Otherwise, they can't hold them. Yeah, they showed pictures of him on a local news station, and he was one of the Antifa guys, creating havoc, just creating anarchy. But the rest of them, I don't know. They never got caught that I know of. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, more than an arsonist, he was a anarchist. Yeah, the hard part for me too was not showing my stress when my daughter was around. I couldn't share my feelings with her.
Yeah.
And dad,
being
I'm
brave,
a human being.
right?
Right,
That's being brave here.
Yeah, exactly. That was tough. That was tough to do.
I imagine it would be, right?
Because I'm a human being too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only that creates more stress for you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there's another thing you have to consider also is when you're under a great deal of stress, prolonged stress, you become physically fatigued. And I found myself after 2 days of all that, just sitting in a chair for a moment, watching the front of the house, my eyes were falling asleep, even though I was well rested. But the stress adds physical and mental fatigue to you. So that's something taken into consideration.
I imagine it's just like when the adrenaline runs through your system, and afterwards that kind of you're back down to a low state again.
Yeah.
Starting to run dry on it. Pretty much, right?
Panic is the most dangerous things you can happen to be in. You can be in a group of people and you stay calm, but the rest of them get panicked. How fun is that? You need to try to calm them down, but you can't. It's hard to calm a panicked person down, especially if it's a group.
Sometimes it's impossible at that time.
It might be better just to walk away. Self-preservation, boogie, get out of there.
So I mean, it all depends on the situation.
Yeah.
I mean, from very localized to personalized to greater, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you start seeing it more and more, it's just like starts to kind of drain you down, like you said, Bob. Right? You can start seeing it more and more. It starts to drain you down, right? That's why you gotta take the time every so often.
It does.
And to pick up your morale back up, right? Pick your spirit back up as the best that you can.
Yeah.
All right. It's gonna be hard. All right. Depending what went down or what happened, it's gonna be hard. No matter what anyone tells you, right? You're gonna have to figure it out on your own. Hopefully. I would hope myself I could figure it out, or you, or Shadow, or any one of us would be able to figure it out, right? And be able to jump that hurdle again, and metaphorically make it to that finish line.
Yeah, but for you, Shadow, I know things like what you're going through now are new to the people in your country, and be aware that people, yourself also, become extra tired because when you first go into these situations with violence and drugs and all that, it's new to you, and you get that adrenaline rush, and it wears you out after a while. But most of us here in the States, we're so used to it now. It's just become part of daily life, and that's sad. That's really sad.
Yeah, and the gun violence in they call Stockholm the capital of gun violence, and we are on 1.6. That's high. Only in September, it was 11 people were shot dead. 11 at the same month. That's a lot of people.
That is a lot of people.
For us here in Sweden, it is a lot of people.
Yeah.
And there has been a lot of bombings. Hand grenades has been thrown into the houses, apartments. And it's a lot of innocent people who get in the crossfire. And some have mistaken the wrong target because they had the same last name. And so I begin to be very nervous, and I'm really worried that it will spread even more further north, and I probably will see it sooner or later, because things like that spread like a wildfire, and when a wildfire, not even the fire department can handle that.
Yeah. Just
because they don't have the resources, and the cops don't have the resources if it spread so far. Our cops here in my city don't have the resources. They are, first of all, they are too few, and they have a too huge area to patrol and keep an eye on. So no chance.
You're on your own.
We are on our own. And if there will be too much of it here, people here would be really nervous and scared. Hey, we cannot go out. We cannot be even in our homes. We are not safe at homes. Can you guys help us with some guns? Because we will probably, or bulletproof vests. Because I have in mind to get a knife, what do you call those vests for knives, protecting against knives, knife vests. They are not bulletproof, but against knives. So,
well, I was going to add, Shadow and Bob, stuff has happened here in Canada too. Pretty much in the last 6-7 years, I've noticed a lot of things happen and different things, and for out west, out east, up north, down south, pretty much in a lot of places. Just things kind of happening, right? And and people sometimes can get worried, I guess, right? Because things are, especially violent things are happening, right? Saying that your area is not that much better. Well, probably every area is not that much better, right? Because the stuff happens and it's happening somewhere, and in time it can migrate over to another place. I guess the metaphoric copycat, as they say too, right? That kind of thing happens too. Yeah, that happens too, right? So
that happens.
That's why if it happens once, it can happen again. Just right.
Yeah, it can.
Yeah, so
it's important for your Shadow to take care of yourself, your mental and your physical health, because it wears you down. If you, I know for me, what works for me might not work for you, but when you get tired, don't be afraid to go lay down and take a nap. Wake up
rest
let your body rest, and then get back up and go about your day. But that helps me. I go take a power nap or whatever. It helps me.
Yeah.
Or doing something constructive helps me out, right? So a lot of the time, that's what.
That too.
Yeah, and in certain situations, for me personally, I'd be like trying to do something about it or doing something positive as much as possible, whatever it is. I mean, I was thinking, Bob, your story about making the fire starters, I probably would do the same thing. I probably would do the same thing during the day.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I do that when I don't have any other projects going on out here in the garage at night. Here's a whole bunch of them I just got done making out of cardboard and stuff like that. It's what I still do. I've got lots of them. I've got a lot of them in storage, and it's just one of the things that keeps my hands busy, and it's cheap to do too.
And maybe, for example, what you were doing, it could be proactive towards something else, right? So you're still being proactive about the situation, right? Improving the situation, even a little, right?
Yep.
Maybe give yourself a 0.001% increase in odds, but still an increase.
It does.
It's still an increase, right? And maybe pick up your own morale too.
It does, because if you saw that one video on my channel where I set up the solar motion sensor lights just so we can go out the back door, go to the garden shed, get fire starters and wood, come back and start a fire quickly. That's that way we don't fall down, we don't trip over the stairs or anything like that. That's what I do. Gives us a little bit of an edge while everyone else is out fumbling around trying to find something to burn. We're already cooking. We can cook real fast and go back inside the building, and we're done.
Well, because I keep imagining
little bit of an edge.
Yeah. I keep imagining like this cabin fever scenario where it's just like it is wearing you down as whatever time and time again, right? And also you tried to do something to keep proactive, right? But always finding that next thing to keep you going.
Yep.
Whatever it is. Wherever it is. It could be someone too, right? That willingness to, all right, in spite of this, I'm going to keep going here. That could be the hardest thing, just to keep on going. Sometimes, unfortunately, some people don't make it to the end of the chapter, like I said.
No, they don't. And
so unfortunately, for whatever the reason is,
I would say as far as a real SHTF, we're in it right now, and we're all doing pretty good. I am, even though it's a year away, I'm preparing stuff in my home for the next election. I think that far ahead.
Well, you know what, Bob?
Because if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen then.
Yeah, we have federal elections coming in 2025 here in Canada. So, like I said, I'm like, it's not next year, but there's going to be more and more on the agenda.
Yeah,
as they say, right? So.
Yeah, well, the time that I'm prepared for is ours are coming up next year in November. That's cold weather and rainy, but I'm preparing for the summer after that. You get it? Because that's when it's warm and all the knuckleheads are outside lighting stuff on fire and looting when it's warm. That's what I'm preparing for, Yeah, you're right, Hendo. It could get pretty freaking sporty. That's why I'm glad I found that one couple and their adult son just right over there. Now I'm going to have to work that into conversation next time we all get together. Civil unrest. I'm going to bring that up to them, and I got to find kind of a subtle way of doing that.
I was going to say, Bob. For example, that's something that that's high on your. Pretty sure this could happen again, kind of deal, or could happen, right?
Sure, could happen anywhere.
But also realizing this could help in other situations too. Maybe it's not civil unrest at first that kicks it off, and maybe it's something else that happens, and then you guys are still banding together because of it. Maybe it's not directly from civil unrest or whatever. Maybe it's natural caused, whatever, right? So always remembering, you know, some things can happen at the same time, right? Oh, you know, not only are you dealing with the civil unrest, but something natural happen, whatever it is. Which is, you know, whatever it is, and then it's pretty quote unquote chaotic. You know, you have to do something about it.
Yeah. My plans are we are going to remain here as long as humanly possible. This is where we've got all of our stuff, you know. The only thing that would drive us out of here is flood, fire, or, you know, that follows with the civil unrest.
Yeah, something like that. Well, you know, and yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so both of them combined together to create this situation.
Yeah, Hendo, we had that problem too. We have foreign gangs that come here and do some burglary, and then they go back. We had a lot of problems with it, and we still have some problems with it.
Well,
and they come mostly from the Baltic states. So,
what countries are those exactly? Are those Lithuania, Latvia? Is that the Baltic states?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Hold up, Bob. Let me get my atlas here.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I get confused on some of those old European kingdoms and all of that. You know, the Baltic states and the I get a little confused. Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia,
You know, I was just thinking that's one thing no one talks about anymore. An atlas. It's an atlas.
That's true.
When's the last time you heard anyone use that word?
Thank you, Hendo. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
We got a new apartment door a while ago. We had our old apartment door had you open this metal thing and put the mail in, so you get the mail inside your door. They changed those doors, so the door we have now is fireproof, and you can't break in through this door. I delivered some groceries to one of my customers, and she said that she had the same door as I have.
Yeah.
And in her building, there were one who tried to break actually into an apartment that have that door, the same door I have. They couldn't break in. They couldn't. That was possible for them. They couldn't. They gave up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, so like I said, always buy yourself time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that buys me time.
Yeah.
So I'm happy about that anyway.
Good deal. Good deal. Yeah. Well, you saw
it would
that
have
video.
To be more extreme.
The video where I acted upon that, and I spent that $100 on that steel strip in my door frame.
Yeah.
I showed it. You know, it's $100. It didn't fit quite right, but goddamn, man, it makes a normal door turn into a fortress. You know. Yeah, wife and I are also looking at some of that shatterproof film for our windows.
Yeah.
And that might be going in when the weather gets nicer, because I think you got to wet the windows and then put the film on. But it's winter time now. I don't want it to freeze underneath there, and I want to let it get it some time to dry. But the wife likes that they've got that's shatter resistant plastic film that it's a mirror on the outside of the house, so they cannot see inside. She's very smart. She just mentioned something one time. Oh, I like that mirror stuff, so you can't see inside. Okay, we'll look into that. That'll be coming up soon.
Yeah. That is awesome.
It doesn't stop from breaking the window, but you got to pound on the window again and again and again to make
something more extreme.
Collapse. Yeah,
you have
exactly.
You need something more extreme.
Yeah.
Right.
In fact, I did have a motion sensor light in the living room, so that when she came home from work, it would click on, and so she could take off her shoes. She's Asian, no shoes in the house, And she asked me, she just mentioned to me the other day, let's remove that light. I don't want to have people being able to see us when we're approaching the door from inside. Okay, good enough.
Smart.
Good enough.
Smart.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you don't want to give away your position inside, right?
Bingo. Yeah.
You want to know everything they're doing, but they don't have no idea where you are, right?
Where you are, exactly.
How many people, right?
Yep.
Then you have that element of surprise versus the other way around.
And I noticed that one of my neighbors, he's been here for a long time. He and his wife, he's got that reflective covering on his house is similar design to mine. He's already got that installed on his place. That guy's got about 10 or 12 cameras around his house. So, yeah. So, we're going to go with that.
All right. And not just cameras, right? Even old school mirrors on the line like that, right? I mean, some places actually still use that stuff because it's just that effect. Well, or a combination with cameras.
A mirror?
Right?
Yeah, I never
well,
thought
because you get these convex.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I thought of those. I've thought of those.
Sometimes you see them in places like parkades and stuff like that, right? That's a useful thing, right? Because it's much harder, right? Because you can detect movement then.
I thought of. Let me see if they have those on Amazon right now. What do you call those mirrors?
Well, instead of being concave like a parabolic mirror for like solar, it's convex as in like
reflectors.
A dome, like a dome or something like that. It's basically a reflective surface, so you can actually they usually put them in like certain places that are blind spots, right? So there's no blind spots because it covers because it's convex, so the reflection is everywhere.
I know what it is.
Like in stairwells, right? Let's just say stairwells.
Yeah.
Maybe they do have cameras, right? But it's
they're in our
behind, closed doors and all that stuff. But it's in public areas, so they use that kind of stuff. That way, when you're coming around the corner, you can see people. It's harder for someone to ambush you.
Oh yeah, they're affordable.
Okay, so
I could think of 2 locations outside where I could right now. They're affordable. That's on my wish list right there.
Right.
You see those in convenience stores so that the cashier can look at the back of the store.
Exactly. You see them so the cashier or the clerk can see the corner, so it's very hard. There's no blind spots, right? All right.
Oh, those are nice. What I usually do before I purchase some of my home security stuff is I'll remember the name of the product and then I'll go to YouTube for reviews of these different things. That helps quite a bit. Yeah. All right. There we go.
I would, like I said, I wouldn't even consider it, right? Because it's just like having eyes and that they can't see, so to speak, right?
But that's a good option, and you add that to cameras and driveway alarms. Yeah.
Right.
Layer after layer after layer after layer. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Right. Buy you time. Right. Again.
Yep. I'm going to open another Amazon and take a look at some of that.
So, did they actually take off, or are they coming back reinforcements? Right, that kind of deal. Right, would be nice to know.
Reflective window film. Let's take a look at that right now while we're here. Privacy window film, one-way mirror glass, the heat controls, UV. Daytime privacy static cling. It's a static cling, okay. Heat control UV sun blocker. Even something like that would be better than just a pane of glass, These are sun blocker stuff.
Oh, so like tinted windows.
Right, for your home. Let's see. I'm going to type in another word for security. Reflective security window film. I was looking at some of the stuff already.
I mean, like I've seen people use them in driveways and stuff like that when they're backing out. All right, it just helps, right? So
yeah,
even if you had like for your driveway or whatever, right, to help you see on the way out, maybe you just repurpose it during this situation, right? It's like I'm just gonna bring it closer to the house or whatever, right? I'll put it over here now, right?
Vinyl stickers, sunblock, glass paper door covering, reflective, 35.4 inches by 6.5 feet. Oh, that would go over one of our windows just like it is. Boy, I could be a hero and have that installed before the wife gets home. Be a hero.
Yeah.
I'll have to look. I have to look at that on Amazon, how to install it and different things. At least that would make it shatter resistant. It'll spider web rather than just break open.
Mm-hmm.
It's reflective during the day, but not at night. Oh, okay. That's a good tip, Idaho. Yeah. I would like to get some of that stuff on of our first floor windows, but we'll see. See what the budget's like and all
yeah,
that.
You'll have to figure out the square footage, the cover,
yeah,
and all that stuff.
What I'll probably do is buy one roll of it for one window, install it, and test it. If it works for what I need, then I could purchase more. If you have lights on the inside of the house, people outside can still see in. Oh, is that right, Idaho? Oh, crap.
Well, then you just supplement some, blackout curtains or whatever, right? Whatever, right? You just supplement that in there.
Well, I'm going to blame the wife for all of this, Idaho.
You
Idaho,
you just your presence.
Idaho, you just got my wife. Known. Idaho, you just got my wife in trouble, because I'm going to blame my wife,
I'm taking notes, Bob.
The blackmail notes.
But sometimes you want to make your presence kind of known too, right? It's like, now this ain't just passive, deterrence and a camera that's probably, I'm actually here. There's actually someone here. Presence well known, right? Or an active presence. So.
Let's go back to Amazon for just a moment.
Well, because I imagine like something like theft would be easier when there's no one there. I would assume.
Yeah, this stuff comes in different colors. Yeah. But I recommended on one of the windows, it's kind of in a blind spot, about window bars, and the wife said no, only if they open from the inside. I wasn't able to find any window bars that could be opened from the inside, So I think we're going to have to go for that vinyl covering. Well, if you have lights on, well, it's your fault. It's your fault, Idaho Garden Girl. It's your fault. I'm going to blame Idaho for this one.
For once it wasn't me. I mean, continue on, Bob. Continue on. You were making a good point here now about the glass. No, but yeah.
Static cling window film removable decorative. Yeah, well, there's all different options out there on Amazon anyway. 4 mil clear window security film, anti-shatter glass. Yeah, that's good stuff. Maybe I could put this 4 mil on the inside of the window and the reflective stuff on the outside of the window. Double it up,
Well, it was worth to try.
You might have to be more selective depending on the price per square footage. Because that's just not instantly double the square footage if you put on both sides.
Yeah. I'm glad to see you looked into that, Idaho. Yeah. Even if they can still see in at night, it's very hard to break that glass now. Prior to that, they could just pop it,
Yeah.
Take a center punch, break it, and they come right in, reach around and unlock the door, but it makes it harder.
Yeah. If you really need blackout curtains, you can always add that on after.
Okay.
Yeah, I think because you want to make sure there is a presence inside there. Right? There's one inside. You want to take the chance. Versus just lights on, but you never see any movement at all. Like there's no one walking in that area or whatever. Because people could just be waiting. It's like I don't think anyone's here.
Right? Idaho, do you have some of that window covering that you recommend? That would be pretty cool if you did something that will work better than what you have, or, Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to put some money on that type of film.
Here's a lady installing some of that vinyl. It looks like a two-person job. Got to clean the window and then have someone hold the vinyl while you peel the backing of it off.
Yeah.
Leave it like that and then install it. There's a little video of her doing that right now.
Yeah, okay. And patiently and make sure there's no bubbles.
Yeah, she's got a little squeegee.
I imagine it's like I'm assuming it's just like doing decals on a vehicle or something like that. Very slowly and meticulously.
That's what she's doing.
No rush. Don't rush. Right. You want it good.
Right. I think I'll have to wait for a time when my wife or my son is around to give me a hand. Like she's got someone to help her.
Yeah, because I imagine you don't have to measure a lot.
You clean the window first, then she sprayed the vinyl, then she sprayed the glass, and now she's starting in the center with a squeegee going down towards the bottom, and then going from the center and squeezing. Oh, that's yeah.
It is
like
to get the air bubbles out.
Yeah, it's like stretching a frame, like a picture frame, right? You want to stretch it all the way to the outside.
Yeah, now she's cutting the excess off. Yeah.
So you'll have to factor in for that.
Definitely going to need a third hand with this project.
Yeah.
I wonder if I order this, does that hot little blonde come with the kit? Do you think? Does it come with a cute blonde lady to help me out? Do you think?
Bob, you didn't see the fine print.
No,
she is not
come with an Asian woman.
Yeah. She is not included in purchase. You didn't see the fine print. On the
blonde costs extra.
Blonde costs extra. Oh man, how am I? But hon, if we order this kit including the blonde, it's only $200. That's a deal. Blonde? What?
And sorry, Bob, there's no trial period.
No trial period. Oh, dang it.
But yeah,
I think that would be a hard sell for any wife. Yeah, hon, it comes with this fit little young thing. Gonna give me a hand, what the hell? And I think it'd be, get that past the wife. That'd be a hard sell. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
I was even thinking, Idaho, did there are, let me look while I'm here. I can hang out for just a little bit longer. Glass companies near me, Windows service, all on and on. I was wondering if I'm sure there's got to be a Windows service around here that can provide that service, because I saw some reviews of this stuff on Amazon, and a professional window company can get some of that stuff that's so tough it's almost impossible to break it. But that would cost extra, quite a bit extra. I'm sure of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So you might have to prioritize.
That's a fact.
Yeah, you might have to prioritize the main floor for downstairs or something like that over the top floor, depending. So.
Well, this company I clicked on, they don't have the security stuff. They just sell doors and windows. Yeah, that'll take a little bit more research.
Yeah, just randomly call them up. Just a hypothetical question. If you were done,
Mm-hmm. Hey, I do.
Because you guys do this, maybe you guys hear something or could just steer you in the right direction. It's like, it's worth a try.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any recommendations?
Let's see their website on another one. Maybe I think I'll go back to Google and Windows security near me.
Yeah.
That might be a better chance.
Like a good plan. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
I think so too.
I was always thinking about and do it in such a way that it's not so obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at all these vehicles in front of Bob's place. Right, as low key as possible. I'm just saying, right? It's like if you're getting your roof replaced or whatever, right? The shingles, people don't notice that. People don't notice that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it looks like there's 2 of them, not too far from my home.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, let's take a look at their website and see what they. Oh, this is going to take a while digging through stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
It's going to take a while. Yeah, I gotta go up and get ready for my date night tonight. Gotta go get.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dinner and live music with my beautiful little wife, and that's where I took that pictures of that.
Mingle.
Took that picture of that dude in the high heels out dancing around. Oh my god.
Bob, are you gonna mention this story all the time now?
I'm going to all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, just like every other story. It's like, I gotta mention it again.
I'm gonna mention it again. I'm gonna bring it up again.
Next week, everyone. Next week, he'll be code for something. Right? He'll be the code words for something.
Code word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that will
I'm
be.
used to being on thin ice, Hendo. That's just part of my life. I'm used to being on thin ice. I'm good with it. Yeah. All right, you guys. You take care. I'm gonna bounce out of here and
take care, Bob.
All right, later, fellas.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I'll probably stay till. Well, my headset's dying. I lost the right side again.
Yeah.
The battery stuff. I probably only have like 15 minutes left on this left side. Because I have the mic set up on the left side, not on the right.
Yeah.
So,
Idaho says, I wish that sheriff's office would offer classes about home security, best kind of locks to have, best window coverings, best security cameras, etc. Yeah, that would be a good idea.
but you know what? You know what always happens when there's a defense, there's always an offense, some sort of thing to it. It's just the way it is,
That
right?
would be a really good idea.
So
If they
always
could, but I don't believe they will, or even have that kind of classes.
Yeah. Always remembering that these are deterrents. It's not 100% guarantee. It just increases your odds and the amount of time that it takes them to give yourself more time for whatever.
Yeah.
Right? At that time. Because, like I said, like, as great as these things are, remember they're with certain tools or things. If someone takes more extreme measures, well, that's a totally different thing because it's
I
unpredictable.
agree. Yeah.
Right? Just the way it is. Not saying anything particular, but I think we don't need to, just the way it is.
Yeah. But my apartment door, I'm happy with that anyway. Because when I'm going to lock that door, I need to pull the handle up, and then I can use the key to lock it.
Yeah.
And the same way when I'm going to unlock it, I have to lift it up and turn the key. So that might be in another video, perhaps.
I mean, it could be just, you're taking out the garbage or something like that, per se, all right, and you have to walk outside. Hopefully you would do it before it gets dark, but, since it's winter, right?
It's dark already, so.
No, but you know what I mean, all right? It gets dark
Yeah.
by like that. At the earliest in, December on the winter solstice, like at 4, right? And it's already dark outside, right? So, like, so unless you're taking it out during the daytime, you probably want to be able to make sure no one's just standing around outside or, around that corner.
Idaho. Yeah.
Right. Well, I just imagine apartment buildings, right? You know what I mean? That's why I told Bob about the convex mirrors, because I've seen them in apartment building areas where it's part of their thing. So I've seen it before. Oh yeah. Sorry, I was just remembering something.
Oh, okay. What did you remember?
I was just remembering at my friend's old place. That's where the convex mirror is coming to mind. Yeah, I still remember that. Because he had to go all the way down into the back and take out the garbage. So.
Yeah, I agree, Idaho. And it gives you a peace of mind. And besides, it's good if the more security you have, it releases some of the stress.
Well, I mean,
it's good for the insurance company because they like it if your home is
good to go.
A lot more difficult to break into.
Yeah.
So even if they would succeed to break in, well, the insurance company would probably be more helpful.
Yeah. Sure, we'll reduce your premiums. Nothing's happened at your place. Yeah.
Break-ins would be definitely a problem, especially in a disaster or a long-term disaster or emergency situation. It would definitely be a problem.
I imagine it would just be another form of it. I'm assuming stuff like that has happened for a long time.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, Shadow, I'll probably go for another 5 with you here this time around. I get to, wow, I gotta go charge my headset, charge my phone too.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting in our stream on top of the next hour.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I got time for that. Oh, you did start an hour later, right? Because usually you're done by now. Usually.
Well, we turned our clock back last week.
Yeah, so that's why. It's the same time. But it's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My
the same
time is
but it's not.
My time now is 23:57, so 11:57. So
yeah. I think that's what. I think this is why it seems different to us, because it actually is, but not to you. If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
that's the way that works. Yeah. So I guess I'll always have to remember that. I'll be like, oh yeah, it's that time of year. Why is the stream starting early? Why is the stream starting late? Oh yeah, it's November. It's March. It happens all the time. So Shadow, so next week you have that stream topic available. Codes or
code words.
Right? Yeah.
Simple to remember, right?
Yeah, I'll bring the CR over to that stream, like decoder. I'll bring it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look forward to that one too. I'll probably piggyback on some of the other stuff we've talked about in the last couple of weeks too. Well, a lot of stuff in the last couple of weeks have been interchangeable, not interchangeable, but relatable together.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Idaho Garden Girl, it's the way it is. So.
Yeah, Idaho, I wish they could stop switching the clocks, but
it is what it is, as they say.
It is what it is, yeah.
Indeed.
Indeed it is.
I had to throw that in. Indeed.
I know there were discussions that we should choose between wintertime and summertime, and we should stick to one time. But we didn't get that far, so we had to change our time for until they decide how we are going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Farmers don't care about the clocks. Livestock is hungry in the morning and goes to sleep at night. Livestock and crops don't look at clocks. I agree with you about that one.
Well, usually that stuff goes by the sun or the moon, right? So
Yeah.
you can tell. Just how birds can tell which way's north, generally. They just kind of know.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I think I'm
Yeah.
going to wrap things up now because I have things to do tomorrow,
yeah,
and I
kinda
don't
want
want
to.
to. I don't want to sleep
Yeah. I think your wife will be like,
too
"Can you wait?"
long.
Yeah, your wife will be like, "Aren't you getting up? It's already 10."
Actually, my wife is in Gothenburg at the moment. She will be back home
Oh,
at
you know what?
Tuesday.
I should have known because I didn't hear her sneeze this time.
She will be
Usually,
back home at Tuesday evening.
yeah. Usually I hear your wife sneezing in the back.
Yeah, I know.
I was just like, it's kind of quiet. I think
Yeah.
she is in there. But yeah. So
So,
if anything, be proactive, right? And remember things
yeah.
can happen. Right. And then hopefully
You're very welcome, Idaho Garden Girl. You're very welcome. It's a
you're very
pleasure to
welcome,
have you
Idaho
here,
girl.
and I appreciate it. I
We
appreciate
do.
all of you guys.
Yes, we do indeed. See, now you got me saying that word. I didn't even mean to say it.
Yeah.
I just said it. I just said it there.
So, guys, next week, code words is the topic for the next week's live stream. So that will be also interesting topic. I never done a live stream about that kind of topic before, so well, I think we get some help from Bob942.
Well, I'm pretty sure Preparedness Veteran will have something to say.
Yeah, and preparedness veteran will have probably a lot of things to say about that too. So, until the next time, guys, take care, stay safe, stay prepared, and God bless.
ShadowScoutSwede is awesome.
Thank you, CR.
And that's a wrap.